Would you like to start?
Go ahead, bring us in.
All right, so this is technically going to be the first day, the round of 32 in the IDV Premier Tournament. I am here joined with Colonel, and we're going to be commentating CNC versus DR7 today. Excited to say the least. We're going to see how it goes. We're going to see what kind of hunters we get today. Maybe some off meta that we've seen before in the past days. But yeah, I don't know. We're gonna see what's gonna be how it's gonna look like. What do you have to say, Colonel? How are you feeling?
I mean, it's definitely going to be a good match. I've been peeking around some of these players, obviously been getting some warm-up games in, getting some practice last minute in before they head into this essentially first round of the playoffs, and it is definitely going to be a fun match. Going to have a lot of high-level competition here, and as you mentioned, start of the playoffs is definitely a big match. Both teams going to be coming out with everything they have, because at this point, if they lose a match, I mean, that's basically the end of the tournament for them.
Right. I mean, I think Lawsy made a good job as well in really trying to make sure that the first few games of the round of 32 are going to be kind of a team that's a bit on the higher end and a team that's maybe a bit on the lower end. But based on calculations. But however, that doesn't mean that the team that is on the lower end can't really pull like a huge, Hullabaloo round 1 4K, Goatman round 1 4K, Ivy round 1 4K. I don't know, just one of the meta hunters and completely destroy the other team. So we'll see. I think because the Hullabaloo nerfs are already in place and work on competition mode, that wouldn't work on co-op, but at least here it does. I don't know how well Hullabaloo is going to perform. He's still going to perform pretty well, right? But I think he's going to be a tiny bit underplayed. I think the preferred hunter option is probably going to be Goatman. What do you think?
Yeah, Hulla's nerfs definitely don't help him out at all. Losing a trapeze, losing various stats and speed is certainly not going to be nice for him, but as you mentioned, it's definitely still a character that has a lot of power, a lot of ability to get at least 3 kills in a lot of these games, if not find a way to get that 4th one. So I definitely still expect to see a little bit of that Koa meta, a lot of round 1 Hullas, a lot of round 1 Goatmans, but definitely always a possibility for, as you mentioned, some of those off-meta hunters, some of those next tier, maybe we see some Ivies, some Sangria's opera singer coming in. Definitely a lot of ability for characters like that to make those round 1 appearances.
For sure. Now I think we're just sending our... Oh yeah, okay. We're just gonna try to heads or tails. We're flipping coins right now to see who goes first, or who picks the map, map ban and map. So we're just gonna have to wait. We're just gonna have to wait and see. I obviously know what CNC plays, kind of more or less, so I know what kind of hunters we can expect. Maybe a bit of a spoiler alert, but we might see or not, maybe not. There is a Mad Ice possibility in the horizon. Although it's probably not gonna be end up being played. Mad Ice would be fun.
Yeah, we're getting that map ban going at the moment. DR7 are going to have that option to pick or ban a map here, so we'll see what they want to go with. As one thing I do want to touch on real quick is we do have the rosters submitted by the teams for at least the start of the day. The side of CNCE are coming in with a 4-man roster, so they're going to have Jeff playing both the Hunter and the Survivor, both sides of the match here, so definitely going to be interesting to see how they're able to do impacting on both sides. For the other side of Dreamers 7, DR7, they're going to have a bit more of a standard 5-man roster, the Hunter, dedicated to just the role. So definitely going to be interesting seeing Jeff try to pilot the game and help out on both sides here.
Yeah, I mean, also we can also already see the first ban of the day. CNC gets to choose what map to ban, and it is going to be Moonlit River Park, which, I mean, let's be honest, completely makes sense. I think Moonlit is one of the most underperformed maps, for survivors at least, in the entirety of the game. And I think even with the recent buffs, it's buffs. They added extra structures. Even with the different new structures that they added in Moonlit, it's not really going to change how it's played. I think it works with a lot of different hunters benefit from it. The coaster plays are always good, but if you get, I don't know, a hunter that can bring warp and bye bye. Literally, you can't really do a whole lot about that. But yeah, it makes sense. Muley River Park is going to be banned, and we are going to be choosing from DR7 side. Arms Factory seems to be a really good Ivy map, really good map for. I wouldn't say it's a good map necessarily for Opera Singer, Hullabaloo, and Goatman, but I think for sure for Ivy is definitely a priority pick.
And yeah, I do think it'll be interesting to see what DR7 want to bring out here in round 1, because obviously they're making that choice to go to this slightly abnormal map. Obviously not unheard of, but not the most popular round 1 map that we've ever seen. So we'll see what they want to bring out later, but CNCE gonna have that choice of starting faction here. So we'll see if they want to send their Hunter out first, or if they want to send their Survivor out. It looks like they're going to go for the Hunter first, so definitely going to be an interesting choice here, as now they're going to be forced into Arms Factory here for this first round.
Yeah, for sure. It's also, I mean, in general, in tournaments, and it doesn't really surprise me, the maps that tend to be played the most are maps that are large, on the larger end, open quite a lot. So Ever Sleeping, Chinatown, and I think, in this case, Moonlit River Park are major favorites. So seeing these smaller maps like Red Church and Arms Factory is... I think it just opens up Survivors being able to play way better and getting that option of getting 3-mana escape, or yeah, 4-mana escape is quite hard, but yeah, it opens that option. But also for Hunters to play maybe something a bit different, right? I mean, I don't know what kind of... I think you could play Lizard here. Surprisingly, I mean, unless you get countered in Factory, you can play a lot. You can play Hermit maybe, although there's a lot of tall walls. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure what Jeff here is going to be pulling out.
And yeah, I definitely think there's going to be a couple options. You can obviously still just go slam one of those tier 1 hunters, play the Hula, play the Goatman, either of those next two, Opera Singer, Ivy, all possible. But as you mentioned, definitely wouldn't be super surprised to see them go into this next tier, go into that, these things you mentioned there, the Evil Reptilian, a possibility. So going to be an interesting one here as we do get things ready to go on into our pick ban here. So going to be interesting to see what the side of DR7 want to bring here. Obviously a couple expectations, some things that you just consistently see picked up early on, some of those good stable rescuers definitely likely to be seen here, but Jeff obviously going to have some bans, so we'll see what he's worried about as well.
For sure. I mean, it's also, there's a lot of viable options for this round 1 as a Survivor. There's a lot of, I mean, realistically speaking, right? I think right now we live in a society in IDV where hunters, the top 4 hunters are quite... Yeah, they're quite strong, but outside of that, you can, as Survivors, you still have a lot of options. I think you can go, right now, like, Fire Investigator is super popular as a round 1, round 2, round 3. Puppeteer is really strong to counter, I don't know, Goatman. You can play him against Hullabaloo. You can even play him against Ivy. You can go, I think Meteorologist might not be allowed yet, but she is gonna, I'm sure she's gonna be played very soon in tournaments and the next ones. And I don't know, like, Airplane is a super solid in every single case. I mean, even it's quite hard to play him. Magician, it maybe might see some more play with a new buff. Could really work against Goatman right now in Ivy. Super good counter. Professor might be even played as well. Yeah, there's honestly there's a lot of cool, and even just Gravekeeper with a new buff. Like, there's so many options. And Novelist, there you go, another one. There's a lot of new Survivor options that you can pull out in round 1. So I think the Survivors can have a fair shot here against the top of the top.
Yeah, we do get things going. We're going to see these first set of bans come out. Antiquarian, Puppeteer here. Not all that surprising. Antiquarian, obviously, very nice in that chase with that harassment. Puppeteer, you mentioned there, very solid into the Goatman. So could be a potential hint into what we're going to see, but Puppeteer, obviously, solid elsewhere as well.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just quickly checking as well to see what the Hunter is gonna... I think that's the Survivors first, right? The Survivors are right now gonna have to pick our first 2 Survivors, and we might see we're hovering over Knight. Very solid option as run, but we have to keep in mind that as soon as we ban one of these, as soon as we pick rather one of these Survivors, this Survivor is gonna be gone, absolutely gone for the entirety of the round. And it looks like we actually chose Knight and Journalist, so double rescue right off the bat. I guess seems maybe that we're assuring that we're gonna get these rescues done no matter what. And especially maybe leaving Merc, Cordy, First Officer, Gravekeeper towards the later rounds potentially, and pulling out the double rescue team comp with Knight and Journalist. Very strong double rescue team comp, even used in high tier ranks currently. So I wouldn't be surprised if, for example, Knight would bring maybe Flywheel Tide, and same thing for Journalist, Flywheel Tide, Broken Windows Tide. They could both go Sui and just bring Tide. And pretty solid options against the high tier hunters. Sorry, the high tier hunters, the top 4 hunters too. I think some of them might fall off a bit against Hala. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. And then a Magician too.
As, yeah, we'll see the Psycho band out there with the third band as well from the side of CNCE's Jeff, as he'll head back over for his final band after that Magician lock-in, which is definitely going to be an interesting one. It is, of course, now global band, so as you mentioned, not going to be available for the remainder of the set. The final band from Jeff is going to come out to be the Novelist here, so we'll see what the side of Dreamer 7 want to go for. They don't really have a full-on decoder, but it is going to be the post band, bit of harass, bit of decoding, bit of just about everything with his various letters. So definitely going to be a pretty well-rounded team comp here for Dreamer 7. So I'm interested to see what Jeff is going to want to go into them.
For sure. I mean, also we have a Novelist band. I mean, to be expected. Literally said Puppeteer, Novelist right now. Super viable choices for round 1. I can definitely see for the double rescue team comp here with Journalist and Knight. Magician overall, as I said, I mean, super solid right now as a cutter. You can pull him against Goatman, you can pull him against Hullabaloo probably, you can pull him against Ivy, pretty much a hard counter. Postman is, I'm interested in seeing what they have him planned to do. Maybe they have they're gonna put him top of the map or factory and just have him send absolute like a lot of letters to Journalist and Knight, maybe for like hiding, or maybe for Cypher Rush. They're gonna emphasize on the Cypher Rush with Postman. I have no idea what they have planned. We'll see how it goes for them. I'm assuming he's also going to go Sui. And also from the side of the Hunter here, as you said, Colonel, this is a pretty tough comp, I think, for even just for Hullabaloo. I think this might be a tough comp because Postman can use double Broken Windows if he decides to, and use Flywheel with against Hullabaloo. Magician can kite pretty much for 60 seconds or more. Journalist can block, and that to be expected. It seems like we are going to be having Goatman for this first round. Jeff is going to be playing Goatman.
And yeah, I mean, this is obviously not necessarily the exact map he was hoping for, but it is going to be what he's brought to, and he is going to come out with that Goatman before the Survivor team can ban it away in future rounds. But going to be a pretty interesting one here. Has a lot of rescue, as you mentioned. Night Journalists are going to love trying to get these people off the chairs. Magician, definitely an air quote ideal first kite for the side of Dreamer 7, so we'll see if they're able to throw him in the face of Goatman, just let him stall out, throw those wands around, and hide around to just stall as long as they can. Maybe that Postman, as you mentioned, does go for more of a supportive build, just throwing out those letters, helping them out with decoding. But Goatman locked in here for the side of Jeff as we get over to our area selection here for the spawning.
Yeah, and it seems to be like almost predicted maybe, but not quite. So Postman is indeed going to be spawning in factory here to be a bit more safe. He is going to be bringing a Sui build, so Broken Windows and Flywheel, assuming that he is the weakest out of the 4. Journalist with Tide, Knight with Broken Windows, no Tide, so we only have 1 Sui on the team. It seems like they are confident enough that they are going to be able to pop the 4 ciphers, the 5 ciphers, sorry, before they all die, basically. Which, hey, I mean, love the confidence. Let's go for it. Let's see if they can pull it off. Let's see if seems to be most likely. If I had to chase someone, it might have been, honestly, this is horrible. Like, both of Journalist and Magician are really tough chases for Goatman if played really well. What do you think?
Yeah, I think if I was the Goatman here, I personally would just want to go for the Journalist at this point, try and take advantage of the map locations, but it's definitely going to be a tough choice here for Jeff. Magician in a pretty nice part of the map, but fortunately Goatman, one of the few characters who can play these tiles in that southwestern corner pretty well with his cages and whatnot, but I think he's definitely going to struggle a little bit with either of these two close players, but I definitely don't think it's a position where he can try and go toward the Postman or something like that.
Honestly, the thing really is, Journalist middle does have quite a lot of pallets to work with. It really depends on whether she stays middle or if she rotates. If she rotates somewhere else, she might end up being caught up with the cage and she might not expect it. Magician has doesn't have a lot of pallets to work with, but the fact that he has a wand can really kite inside of those cages. So we're gonna be starting the match. We're gonna really quickly check. It's gonna be detention trump card on this Goman. It's going to be journalist, perhaps the first chase. As you can see, I was saying if you decide to rotate early somewhere else, you might get cut off. That is gonna be the first hit, a very nice Orphe too.
As yeah, it is going to be the cage getting taken down here. Kurabe going to move over. Might get normal hit here. We'll see if he wants to wait for the resentment to stack up, but he's just going to put a non-cage hit onto Kurabe. So journalist definitely pretty happy, honestly, with this day. Is going to get caught in another cage, but has the item here to help out. Gets the pallet dropped as journalist going to try and stall out the rest of this cage as Jeff might have a chance to get a hit here, and he is indeed. But the cage just ran out. Journalist only half HP.
And indeed, the postman also, we can see that we probably decided to use the postman for that cipher rush using those decoding letters. Jeff also bringing him a normal, I just realized, which means that if we can get this this journalist down, we're going to potentially go towards the magician cipher over here in currently in Sandbags. Very good job, though, from the journalist actually making sure to kite this cage fully.
I mean, this is really rough for Jeff. He gets another non-cage hit. It's his third hit onto this journalist, and while he is able to get all of the items out from journalist, this is not an ideal kite. You see it already getting pretty close to having these first ciphers done. 90%, 90%, 65 as another cage is going to come down here. It locks journalist out as he doesn't need to get a cage hit now. He just needs to hit the journalist who doesn't have anything to help her out here. She's just going to go down as Jeff going to get the first down, but already nearly 3 ciphers done.
Now, see, the thing is right now, we do not have the ability to put a abnormal because I think the knight is going to be able to finish the cipher just before Jeff is going to manage to reach there. But we do not have a tide, and we need to start these last 2 ciphers before we actually, because we're going to cut. We can also get the abnormal down here, which is huge actually. And remember, there's no tide, but the knight does have his shield that he could be using to help out the journalist.
So yeah, Knight is going to take a hit there in the cage, so he'll lose a bit of HP, but it is going to buy time for Postman. Itadori comes in, gets that rescue onto the journalist. No tide, of course, but we'll see how long they're able to stall here. Postman is potentially looking to harass, staying in the area as cage goes up. We'll see if Jeff able to find it around where he's going for, but journalist actually didn't get it caught in the cage. It's just Postman having a good time trying to harass here, as Jeff is going to go around, but again, he misses journalist, and he has just burned all of his resentment, and it's going to be a really nice time here for journalist. Is so long she's just allowed to wait, as she doesn't have to force anything quite yet, as he gets a normal non-cage hit there, has enough resentment for another one, but almost 2 more ciphers done here, passing that 60 and 70%.
And also very good job from the survivors, because this is only still the second chair on this journalist. It seems like the knight and the postman are going to be healing, though. We're still missing 1 entire cipher, right? And we're going to be staying fairly close to the magician, although the magician is going to be ending it. So I think for now, this is really looking like a tie game where the journalist can, in fact, die and go completely to the manor. But I don't know how this Goatman is going to be able to really make sure to basically really confirm that 3K maybe, or even that 4K, right? I mean, we do have trump card to work with, so we could potentially use teleport for the end game. But yeah, the knight is going to go for the rescue, going to use the shield onto the journalist, and that is going to be a something?
Yeah, he's just going to body block on this pallet. He's not going to let Goatman get what he's going for. We'll see what cage he goes for here as he's trying to harass out, but not quite going to find that hit onto journalist in the one chance he had. So he's getting confused himself, trying to stay around, but he's ended up bonking a wall. The cage goes down. Knight is going to continue this harassing here as he's going to use that second helmet. Not going to get the stun there. Does actually get the hit down onto the journalist. So it is going to be what should be a kill here for Jeff, but Postman in the area is going to get the save here. We'll see if he can tank the hit, but Jeff not going to allow anything to happen. Gets the down back on the journalist, and it will be his first kill confirmed here. He does have trump card detention to try and force a second, but with this cipher at 75, almost 80%, I find it very difficult for him to get a third kill. Trump card teleport, though.
Yeah, for sure. And also, even if this magician, because this magician can for sure decide to leave this area completely, and let the postman, I think is going to be the postman, finish this cipher. But if the magician ends up dying here, we have a basement opportunity, which is extremely huge for Goatman right now. Knight is at this moment starting a new cipher in middle, but unfortunately the magician is also kiting in middle, so he might die right next to the knight getting a free hit, and the postman going towards the cipher right now.
And yeah, it's actually pretty nice for Goatman. He knows the knight is out of helmet, so he actually has no problem just completely abandoning his idea of the magician. He knows he has multiple wands. He expects him to have borrowed time, and while knight obviously does as well, it's going to be a much quicker or more stable down here, and he is going to get it. That Cypher not quite primed. It's going to pass that 90th percentile, but it's going to be the kill here, or the chair here onto the knight. Not quite a kill by any means, but it is going to be a prime attempt here. Red going to go finish up that Cypher, or get ready to at least, as Itadori coming over towards the save, doesn't have borrowed time, but he is still full HP, and he's going to be forced to put Knight down here at fear of the dog bite, as we'll see Jeff get a hit onto the postman, but I'm not sure how much he can share. Is just going to pop it here, borrowed time for the Knight, as this is going to be a very difficult third kill, but he does get a nice quick down on Itadori.
Yeah, and also Magician right now with the dungeon letter, so they know that the dungeon is currently middle. Postman. Goatman is in a pretty rough spot. He could for sure guarantee the tie right now. He could chair, he could camp and try to get the tie, but with the Magician on the gate already, and the Knight roaming around to try and potentially get that sneaky rescue behind. We do decide to teleport. Can we get the Magician before he goes out of the gate? It seems like we are not, but this is very scary for the Knight now, right? Because the Knight is currently going for that rescue, and if we put another cage, we're going to be able to see him right now. No, we don't see him.
Oh, yeah, he hid behind the pillar there, and Jeff just has no idea where this tinnitus is popping from, and he burned his resentment to get over towards the chair. So, unfortunately, for the side of CNCE, they're not going to find out that Knight there. So, it is just going to be a double escape here. Red, who both going to escape out of this shack side gate, and it is going to be a tie here in our first round, first half.
For sure, we can congratulate both factions. DR7 with a very, honestly, the journalist, fairly good job on that first kite, making sure to burn all the resources at the cost of really just that 3 Cypher kite, although the Abnormal actually ended up going fourth. That Abnormal really helped the Goatman to bring back the game a bit more towards his favor, right? But good job on both ends. I think that Goatman really made sure to stabilize a bit more after that first down, after the first kill, rather, but really good job on the Survivor side, too.
Yeah, going to be a pretty interesting second half here, as obviously going into it, the side of DR7 hunting know that they only need to get that 3k, so could see a potential ideology change when it comes to what hunter they want to go with. Maybe not going to be in the biggest rush to bring out the biggest character they have, namely something like that Goatman or that Hula, but could still just decide they want to prioritize the round win while they have a chance to get it, bring it out, go for that 3k, go for that 4k, which is still nice. It's a good advantage to have early on there, but it is certainly going to be an idea that they have to decide on. And again, it is Arms Factory, it is the map that they chose, so could definitely see something off meta come in here.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, right, like the DR7 team is the one that chose this map, right? So the survivors are currently, they don't know what's gonna happen, right? They're playing Survivor. They probably have their own team comp expecting some form of meta hunter, but the hunter definitely has an idea of what they want to do, because this is, at the end of the day, this is gonna be their map. So I've got no idea. I haven't seen what the other teams, the DR7's hunter possibilities are. Maybe they have it open so we can take a peek before the match starts. We are gonna do. We're just gonna be waiting for the hunter to join. Still, yeah, we're just gonna be joining for the hunt. We're just gonna be waiting the hunter to join.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see what they want to go for. Obviously, keeping those global bans in mind. Could it be looking to go onto it as Arms Factory? You obviously mentioned the Evil Reptilian earlier, but any other specific off-meta characters you think we might get pulled out here by the side of DR7's Hunter?
Interesting question, for sure. Honestly, you can call me crazy, or maybe not. I think, again, based off of the recent buffs too, Ripper is definitely a interesting option right now in Arms Factory, maybe. For sure. I mean, Ripper with the chips, really, really scary right now in rank. High tiers do not like him, and I think low tiers even less, right? I think maybe Sculptor could be an option, maybe in Arms Factory with some peeper shenanigans. She can really mess you up. Naiad could be an interesting play. Gamekeeper could also work. I think that Fool's Gold maybe, or even Nightwatch with Confined could potentially work. It's really hard to make him work in Arms Factory, I think. But yeah, there's a couple like below the top tier options that are definitely possible here. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think there are a lot of options. Ripper is definitely one that you mentioned there that I think would be interesting. We obviously haven't really seen Tier 1 Koa level gameplay since that Ripper change, so it is going to be interesting to see if that does become an option, as I definitely think he's been elevated from his position as a pretty weak hunter, no real powers, to the upgraded version that he did get. Obviously got some really nice updates in his rework, so we'll see if that is going to be something they want to go for here, as we have gotten a little bit into our draft selection here. The bans for the first round: Priestess Antiquarian by the side of Ghost Johnny. The other side of CNC's Survivors went for the Professor and Gravekeeper. Then it will be a Knight ban here for the third one from the side of Ghost Johnny.
Yeah, so interestingly enough, I think for the Survivor side, we're definitely expecting something like really strong. I'm thinking Hullabaloo Goatman, most likely. These are perfectly fine characters against Opera and Ivy too, but I think Opera struggles quite a lot more on Arms Factory because of the amount of pallets that there are. And what really works against Opera essentially is just pallet spamming, right? I'm interested in seeing. Okay, it's gonna be Aeroplanus as well. Another one of the characters I said previously, very popular right now as a secondary rescue, even maybe first rescuer, and just overall solid kiter. So far for the Survivor team, really solid team comp. Professor might not seem like an attractive option maybe for rank, but trust me, Professor is that guy. If you're good with him, if you have a good reaction time, he can work against a lot of different characters. We're gonna be banning Explorer as well. Damn, Explorer ban after the buff. Interesting.
And yeah, I mean, Arms Factory, obviously not the smallest map in the game, so is going to be getting benefits from that buff of the 70-meter range cap, but not going to be allowing it this go around. Explorer taken off of the table, thinks that's potentially something that the CNCE Survivors would want to keep available away from those global bans, but it is going to be the Psychologist in its place. We can still see that one coming out later, but definitely going to be interesting to see here. I definitely agree with you on the note that Professor is certainly a very strong character, a very capable character. Played correctly, good Professors can make a lot happen with these chases. Gravekeeper, Aeroplanus, two very standard Psychologists as well, really just some very stable meta characters. They have good stall, good rescue. Psychologist obviously having the ability to heal from afar. Very nice to get some of those extra rescues in whenever they need it, but interesting to see what Ghost Johnny's going to go for here. I definitely think this is a composition that he has to take seriously, potentially with that Hula, with that Goatman, but I do think considering he only needs a 3k, that we could potentially still see something outside of those top few.
Right, and this is definitely like, if I had to go against this team as a hunter, I'd be crying. I'd be really crying. I mean, I'm sure there's a couple hunters that you could pull out, but just having to go through Gravekeeper's items, having to go through Aeroplanus is a no chase. I don't think there's any hunter, honestly, and this roster, you could argue maybe Ivy canceling. There's not. It's just a no chase. And Psychologist is probably your preferred chase here. I know that we're hovering on Hullabaloo, but Psychologist is probably your preferred chase just because of the fact that she's a raw kiter. But because she has 3 hits, you still have to go through those 3 hits. So this is a team comp of like, okay, we're gonna try to guarantee a 60-second kite.
Oh! As he's hovering between the Hula, he's hovering between the Goatman, but he decides to step away. The Night Watch is not one I have seen in ages, but it's what Ghost Johnny wants to go for here, and considering, again, he only needs that 3k, I definitely like this decision here on Arms Factory.
Yeah, and definitely, like, Night Watch right now seems to be like a solid and rather attractive option. I think mostly to tie. You can get very solid ties with him, but he has that win potential, right? And I think that's what Ghost Johnny might be going for here. Potentially, he's just a Night Watch main, right? And he seems he feels comfortable playing him, so he's definitely confident enough that he can get that 3k against these Survivors. Especially, I'm assuming if I was Night Watch over here, I would 100% chase after Psychologist. Psychologist is going to be full Sui. I don't think you want to be chasing a Professor in Factory, or even a Gravekeeper could be an attractive option too, but for sure not Aeroplanus. We're going to be seeing, as I said, a Sui from the Psychologist, a Tide from the Gravekeeper, a Flywheel from the Professor, and another Tide from the Aeroplanus. 2 Tides in total from the team.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see. You obviously mentioned when the pick came through that you could expect Aeroplanus to be the secondary rescue for the team, so definitely seems to be that point of view that they're going with as well. Maybe we see him go for the Gravekeeper to try and force that Aeroplanus into a bit of a dangerous position, but we'll see exactly what he wants to go for. Ghost Johnny here obviously going to have a lot of options here, as he is going to spawn here on this right side. He'll be adjacent to everybody, so really can go for whoever he wants here, so we'll see what that decision is for him on that Night Watch. We'll see what talents he's taken as well, but definitely going to be an interesting game. Again, the first half of this round, DR7 Survivor managed to draw a tie against Jeff's Goatman, so Ghost Johnny needs a tie here to bring the round even. A 3K would secure the round for them. Obviously, a 4K gives them a pretty nice advantage going into the rest of the set, so we'll see what Ghost Johnny goes for, how well he's able to do here as we get things ready to go for the second half of round 1.
Yeah, and as we dive into this, I don't know if you have the same loading screen. I have the EB. I don't know. I think it's EB how you say it. The crossover. Yeah, the crossover loading screen. We're gonna be seeing the Hunter's persona in just a second. I am calling already the trump card attention. Although that's kind of crazy. So honestly, confined attention is probably going to be the case for our Night Watch here. And it seems to be the case. Yes, it is going to be confined detention with peepers. With peepers. So we're being honestly, this is a ballsy move. No trump card and not bringing like any kind of blink warp. I think this is a ballsy move. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, he's gonna obviously start stacking up that Tempest here as he knows Psycho's in the area. The Peeper's gonna go down as it does look like he got a sight of this Psycho as he's gonna hop over the wall. Tempest comes out as should be the first hit here, but does actually have a Professor pack to go with, but not gonna be able to get the hit there. Psycho gonna take the first stack of damage already, but Ghost Johnny following over, gonna jump over that pallet, gonna try and catch up, should actually have a second hit here already, and Ghost Johnny getting some nice value here. 2 hits already on the Psycho, as Flywheel gonna come up here in a moment, so Psycho can try and get something going, as it will be a Windwalk over the wall here. Ghost Johnny, another Peeper, trying to get onto this Psycho, as gets the Flywheel. It does actually dodge a hit here, but not gonna be able to get enough distance to matter. Ghost Johnny gonna have a nice early down here, is actually not gonna get the hit yet.
Yeah, he's not gonna get the hit because he's waiting for the meter from the psychologist to go down to make sure that whenever she goes down, and when she gets rescued, she's not gonna be able to have any sort of rebound, right? We're waiting for the, I don't know how you call that again,
the stress.
Yeah, the stress. There you go. Thank you. We're waiting off of the stress here as Night Watch to make sure that we can down the psychologist with no rebound. Psychologist does have Sui, so it does work out for her. I think even if the CNCE team decides to go rescue, which seems to be the case, Gravekeeper are doing a good job at making sure that the Night Watch doesn't really know where the Gravekeeper is coming from. So no double down probably. We could get a free rescue here from the no. This is very tense. Okay, that's gonna be a very nice rescue. Potentially no double down. We're gonna make sure to go into shovel mode. Psychologist is gonna try to kite here, and we are gonna be trying to body block as well for the Psychologist. Gonna get wind too. And that is going to be the down.
And yeah, I mean, that's unfortunately one of the problems with the Gravekeeper strat there into the Night Watch is that he can just pull the Psycho away, doesn't really get pulled in that shovel. So Psycho's just going to go down into the corner and let that Tide Turner run out. It will be the third Cypher being popped here by the Survivor team as Clayhorn going to get that one popped. 3 Cyphers done, about 30% on the 4th, and they've yet to start up that 5th one. But second chair here onto the Psycho. Gravekeeper did take that bit of damage. Is going to get healed up in the middle of the map here. So it'll be a single decoding right now from Jeff's Aeroplanist, and based on the movement, it actually looks like he'll be the one following Gravekeeper's path to come in for the save.
I think potentially speaking, they're just going to be selling him right now. Yeah, it seems like we're going to choose to sell. I thought that Aeroplanist was going to try to use a bit of Tinnitus gameplay here. Tinnitus gaming for the Night Watch to be like, ooh, maybe they're going to go for a rescue. But yeah, that's going to be the first kill actually for this Night Watch. And look at the Cyphers, honestly, they're a bit rough. And wait, does he not see he doesn't see the Professor here with the Beeper either. So it seems like we're still trying to. The Cypher's actually doing a really good job at rotating away from these Cyphers and not getting any chase for this Night Watch. And this Night Watch right now is completely forced to use all of his stacks to catch up to this Professor. So Professor's going to become the second chase of the game and basically second chair. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, he is going to come in here for this Tempest Cyclone, as he will not get the first hit onto the Professor, trying to dodge out onto this shell, as it will be used up here. Nightwatch faking a couple of swings here. He's going to go for the first one now, as Windwalk available to try and help him catch up here on the afterwards. Is going to hop over this window. Professor going to need to try and stay up for a bit longer. Gets pulled in. Flywheel trying to get back to this pallet, as it won't be a stun coming in. Fake swing comes out here, as Ghost Johnny should be able to catch up here. Charge swing gets the down, as it will be Professor going down just a quarter away from having that borrowed time priming available. But they'll pop one Cypher, they'll prime the other, and presumably someone will come in for the save here.
Yeah, and this is definitely a very staple tie position, I think, for both the Survivor and the Hunter. The only thing that would really make the Hunter, I think, get a 3K is somehow able to kill the Professor really fast. Right, because he's gonna have his skill ready, so he definitely can do that. And also the dungeon is pretty close. I think the dungeon currently, if you can tell me, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it's in factory, right?
Yeah.
So this Professor could, yeah, there goes the pop. This Professor could really kite now that we don't have trump cards. So it's basically, yeah, guaranteed tie game. And the Professor just dies right now. He just dies in this area. The airplane just goes to the other gate with the Gravekeeper. I think we can guarantee the tie fully from. Oh wait, he got tear shocked. Wait, what? Oh, I think the Professor got tear shocked. No, that's why he got down and tied. Okay, no worries. Okay.
Yeah.
No.
It unfortunately just doesn't really change anything. Against the Nightwatch, it's going to be an absolute nightmare to try and get over to that dungeon from where he was. So it's not going to matter. They're going to take the double escape there, and it's really good work here from the side of CNCE Survivors. They're able to make up for that previous Goatman round, and we're going to be going into round 2 at a dead even.
Yeah, and honestly, for the Survivor side, it was a bit of a rough start with the Kite Psychologist was caught off guard with that peeper. Really, I think it really didn't help her at all, and especially that confined space. She took a hit and she was expecting to go to the window, but the confined space really said, "Nuh-uh, we're not doing that today." So the first fast down really changed that. But again, as I said before, because it's a psychologist, the point of a psychologist is just you can guarantee that you're not going to get down immediately, because if the Hunter wants to wait out that rebound potential with a stress, you have to wait it out. It's at least 40 to 60 seconds, Kai. It's guaranteed, right? And especially with that flywheel, with that broken windows, Sui build, basically, they were probably going for that safe, maybe even more. So good job from also the Nightwatch. That again, super interesting build, right? Peepers confined space detention. That's definitely something that I would do in Lakeside. I like playing Ripper confined space Peepers with no trump card, and just YOLO. And if it goes well, it goes well. And if I get 4-man endgame with all the ciphers pop, then I lose, right? So it's a gamble. He got a tie with it. Yeah, we're gonna go into the second round now. Basically, both teams are tied as well. So let's see what we can pull now in round 2.
And yeah, I do think the one thing worth noting if you're trying to look for any type of advantage for either team is the Hunter disparity played here. Obviously, Jeff played that Goatman round, so he did invest that very heavy Tier 1 Hunter, but for the other side, they're still going to have access to that Hulla or that Goatman here in the second round, similar to what we saw with GG's round 1 Disciple. They're saving onto these super good characters, playing something pretty far away from what you would consider meta, but obviously still able to pull an even result there, matches Jeff's Goatman in that first round. So they're going to have that very slight advantage here of being able to play at one of those Tier 1 Hunters, but obviously with the bans, there still will be the opportunity for the ban onto one of them and a counter comp for the other. So not necessarily the best thing in the world, but definitely something that they are pretty happy to have going on here in the second round, whereas the side of Jeff going to have to move on down to one of those next tier of characters, either that Shadow, the Opera Singer, something else off meta, maybe the Nightwatch himself comes out, but definitely a lot of opportunity here if they can get a big round on that Goatman or that Hullabaloo, whoever they're allowed to play. If they can find a 3K, a 4K, they can definitely make up for the air quote rough round there.
Yeah, and honestly, here for the round 2, I think CNC now gets to decide the map, right? After the map ban for sure. And I'm honestly, I want to expect, especially if Jeff is the Hunter, right? I want to expect a bigger map, maybe. I really doubt it's going to be anything close to Hospital, honestly. I don't think any of the teams is willing to really gamble the fact that their Hunters are capable maybe of getting even a tie in Hospital. But it's also more, as you said, right, like DR7 really didn't pull anything meta so far, right? But now we do have a hunter ban, right? We do have a hunter ban from both factions, which means that if let's say, I don't know, we do expect the other, because that was basically a Goatman Hullabaloo team comp from the CNCE side. So I think maybe they're expecting one of those two. They think that they don't have an Ivy or an Opera Singer maybe, right? So we could ban one of the two and just go for that, again, same strategy of just completely countering one or the other between Hullabaloo and Goatman. It seems to be, hold on. Yeah, there you go. We're gonna be banning Darkwoods, correct?
Yeah. It's definitely an interesting ban, not one of the maps that I've seen that much competitive play on, obviously. Don't quite go there every day in the side of Koa or in those Tier 1 tournaments, and we won't be going there today either with CNCE and DR7, so it is going to be the ban of Darkwoods by the side of Dreamer 7. CNCE, on the other hand, they're going to bring us over to the Red Church. What would you expect here?
Red Church, interesting. Red Church, what could they go? Honestly, they could go a lot of things, I think. If I just quickly go to my book, right? Like to my, basically to have an overview of all the hunters. I think some good options here could probably include, honestly, hot take, or maybe not a hot take. I think Bloody Queen can work here really well if there's no counter to her. I'm speaking about, you know, off meta options, right? Because obviously Opera Singer can probably work here, Ivy can probably work here, you know, Hullabaloo can probably work here, Goatman can probably work here, you know, although Goatman is from a band. But I think right now there's a lot of, in high tiers especially, there's a lot of smiley face play, and I see him everywhere, absolutely everywhere. I think smiley face right now might be attractive. Bloody Queen could probably be played. Guard 26 after the buff in this map. If you chase in like broken, like top bottom broken, you just chase there with something, can probably work. Hermit is probably quite nice here. Again, Ripper probably good. Geisha really solid here, really solid. Again, Lizard, right? Super open map. You can't really counter him unless you're in Shack, and even then, he can still jump there. He can still jump in the middle as well. Disciple could probably work here. Naiad, maybe. Although the two windows in the middle are a bit iffy. But yeah, honestly, there's a few options that I think could be even Dream Witch. Heck. But there's a few options that could, or, as I said before, a bit of Mad Eyes gaming wouldn't go too bad here in Red Church. But yeah, there's a lot of options.
Yeah, we will get the selection coming out here. DR7 opts to send their survivors into this match first, so we, once again, similar to round 1, it'll be the DR7 survivor crew going up against Jeff for the side of CNCE in the opening round. Knight, Journalist, Magician, and the Goatman all going to be on that global ban here going into this second round. First half here is going to be an interesting one. DR7, obviously not the map that they opt for. This is the side of CNCE. Potentially could be seeing some cooked method here. You mentioned a lot of off-meta characters. Potentially we'll see one of those. This is, again, the map that they wanted to play on, so we're going to get everything readied up, and we are going to get straight on into the character draft bans here for this next round here. Anything you expect to get banned away?
I mean, okay, right away for the hunter, probably again something like Antiquarian, Mechanic maybe, because Mechanic is currently quite played. Never mind, we're going for full Priestess here. I don't blame Jeff, honestly. Still very two strong characters, and even in Red Church, guys, do not underestimate those portals in middle and those long thin walls. Do not underestimate that. And long portal is basically telling the hunter, hey, if you don't have anything that can go fast from point A to point B of the map, and if you're not taking anything like warp or teleport, then you're cooked, bro. Have fun going from one side of the map to the other side of the map while we heal with extra stacks of healing speed boost. So yeah, basically super understandable Priestess and Seer bans. We are going to be banning Hullabaloo from the Survivor side. DR7, we're going to be picking Acrobats as their first option, and Novelist, very solid options. Both of them really solid kiters. I'd say Acrobat right now definitely at the top of the top there for kiters, but Novelist currently has a secondary use as well or even a third use. He can be used for kiting, he can be used for that support for the pallet stun. He gets his book really quickly, so he can end, and he can also go for the rescue. So maybe they're going to introduce him as a secondary rescuer and get tied with him.
As, yeah, we bounce things back over to the CNCE Hunter. Jeff, he's going to ban that Puppeteer. We've seen that one taken off the table in the past, so it's going to be taken away once again here. As Acrobat and Novelist definitely going to be the two to come in here. We'll see what they want to go for. Could still go with a full-on dedicated Rescuer here for the side of DR7, but a lot of options obviously on the table. You mentioned some decoders as well. Mechanic an option, as Gravekeeper is going to be the Rescuer they want to go with here on to their third pick. As we'll bounce things back over to Jeff for his final ban of the match. Is going to be interesting to see what he goes for. Goatman obviously global banned away from him. Hullabaloo going to be the next option, banned away by the Survivor team. So we'll see what he wants to go to. He has to at least step down into that next level of quality when it comes to the perceived meta, at least from the past. But there are a lot of things coming with those most recent patches. The Ripper rework, Bon getting that extra ability to put bombs on the chairs definitely makes him a pretty big threat if you can get those downs quickly. So Psychologist comes out for the final ban. We'll see what DR7 wants to go here, and then definitely going to be an interesting set of options to set up for Jeff here on his Hunter pick.
Yeah, and even just this last for Survivor, we could probably see something like I was gonna say Coordinator, but Barmaid. No, Barmaid. Honestly, they're probably I mean, it's the second option, right? To Psychologist, you're trading off Bluetooth healing across the map. For Barmaid basically has to go to her teammates, but I think it's gonna work out just fine. It's a pretty small map. If you have Gravekeeper in middle and I don't know, Acrobat or Novelist getting chased, and Barmaid, you know, Gravekeeper goes for the rescue, he gets hit, Barmaid heals him, and he can go for a second rescue. That's probably the ideal side. That is if they're gonna go for a singular tied team comp. But honestly, on this team comp, they could probably even, like, if they want to go crazy, they could probably go Gravekeeper tied, Novelist tied, and Acrobat tied, and have just Barmaid on Sui, or something of the sorts. Or just Novelist on tied and Gravekeeper on tied, or just, again, Gravekeeper tied only. So now we're just waiting for the Hunter, right? Or rather, we're waiting for the Talons first, for the Survivors. So I think that's, yeah, probably going to be like, what, Flywheel on... I'm gonna, you know what, let's predict, right? I want you to predict too. I'm gonna say Flywheel on Acrobat, tied on Novelist, Gravekeeper tied, and then Barmaid Sui. What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be surprised by that. Barmaid could potentially try and stay alive, but it really depends on where they're going to send these spawns and where they think Jeff is going to go for. Obviously, who they decide they want to be that first chase and they try and throw into the forefront will change up their talents a little bit according to that. We'll see if that does end up being the play. Barmaid could definitely be that Sui. We'll see exactly what all of them want to go with. As Acrobat, another option there just to try and play full harass, full aggressive, full Sui, and buy up most of that time in the game. But we'll see if that is going to be what they want to go for as it moves on over to Jeff now. As we have our talent locked in, we'll see what he wants to go for, and it is going to be Lucino Hubbard there. Gamekeeper comes in, and then it is just going to be the Gamekeeper locked in. So Bane going to come out here in the red shirt. We'll see how he does with it.
Honestly, fair option here. You can spawn, if they don't decide to cover the left side of the church, Gamekeeper could definitely spawn left and just chase the person in the middle, right? So I think the Survivors have to make sure that whoever they put in middle, either they protect him by doing the downward spawn, or they put someone who can pretty much escape that hook. So say Acrobat, Gamekeeper using a shovel, or Novelist canceling the hook potentially. We are gonna damn, okay, we are gonna be seeing a triple Sui from Barmaid, Acrobat, and Novelist. So that is going to be a rough chase for regardless of who you chase, essentially. I'd argue, honestly, the best chase for you here is probably Gravekeeper, because he only has shovels. Right, no tide. He only has shovels, but Barmaid, Acrobat, and Novelist with the full Suis, if he manages to hook them when the Flywheel is activated, unless he mind games them and wins the 50-50 there of like, oh, am I gonna hit or am I actually just gonna wait out the Flywheel? Yeah, good luck. Again, they're doing the downward spawn to prevent what I said before of protecting the person in the middle. In this case, is Barmaid. Probably want to make sure to abuse those heals and not really have her kite. But this is probably the best case scenario, I think. Chasing the Gravekeeper here, making sure the tide is gone, and leaving the others free Suis. Having to go for the rescue, right? That's very dangerous, right? If we are in a Cypher Pop situation, the Acrobat, the Barmaid, the Novelist, they can't really afford to take that full double hit, right? So interesting.
As yeah, Bane is definitely going to be at this point. It's very likely for him to go toward that Gravekeeper. So we'll see if that's what they want to go for. Obviously, Red not going to have the best chasing in the world against a Gravekeeper, especially once he starts to get that presence up. It'll be a bit more difficult for Red to try and stay alive. But at this point, maybe tries to just rotate out with some of his teammates to get the pressure off of him. As DR7, I think they're looking at this in terms of the results and what they need to accomplish in this game. And they know next round their Hunter gets to play one of these super strong 3-4K type characters. They get the Goatman, they get the Hula, so they could potentially just be trying to get a tie here. And they think that having a ton of these characters that have just the ability to stall with the knee jerk, with the flywheel, able to just hold on for as long as they can this game. But we are sending things in for round number 2, the first opening half here, as it'll be CNC's Jeff looking to try and get a couple kills here on the DR7 survivors, and he's already going to get visual contact onto the Gravekeeper.
And also, good to mention right now that we have not confined. Trump card attention on this Gamekeeper. The Gravekeeper has to go into the shovel early game, but keep in mind that if we do use a hook on the shovel is going to be completely gone and dissipated. We do almost missed a tiny bit here. We're going to get the shovel out. That's going to be the first shovel. 12-second cooldown here. Can we get the hit? We are going to be we're going to be in a very dangerous spot here from the Gravekeeper. If he decides to vault this pallet, he does. It's going to be the first hit. First shovel used. Pretty fast, honestly. We have our hook ready, so we can catch up to this Gravekeeper pretty fast, too. He's most likely going to have to use his second shovel. And basically, this is what we talked about before, right, Conolo? Right. Yeah, that's going to be the down. Well, it's basically what we talked about before, right? If we do get the... right now, they can all go for the rescue, obviously. But they're going to be in a very tight spot for this last rescue if they decide to pop the ciphers. Like, nobody can really take that last hit for the Gravekeeper. So, very rough.
Yeah, that is not the way that you want to be going down if you're Red there. Drop the pallet, got hit through it, as it is going to be the first chair already, as we'll have our Gamekeeper going to set up some traps here on this frontal garden cipher, as it looks like it is going to be the side of who's Acrobat coming over for this rescue. As a couple traps going on to the front here, as we'll see Acro running on in, Gravekeeper very close to half here, so we'll see if they're able to get that rescue in time. Gamekeeper should know something is up here, as Acrobat trying to go in, but Gravekeeper does hit second half. It's almost the worst possible time to rescue, as Gravekeeper now one down away from being eliminated in this match. Shovel's broken. Gravekeeper has nothing to work with. Can't use borrowed time. Can't use Tide Turner. Doesn't have a shovel. Obviously, Exit Pat's not going to get him much here as well. So once Gravekeeper goes down, he'll be dead. It's a blink down, and that is going to be the kill, as Gravekeeper already going to be dead. And this match is not looking that great for the DR7 survivors.
Yeah, this is definitely the way that you can spin basically everything around for you as the Gamekeeper right now. Even if you decide to give this Dolvin to the Acrobat, which seems to be the case, you're going to be in a very tight spot. I don't think this is worth it at all, because he can still get that chip damage on. But we do not see the Acrobat though. We are going to be looking at this. Go! We do not get the chip. Oh, we did not get the cook. Right through the window. We almost get this. We saw we have an infinite hook, so missing here is honestly quite hard. We do have a flywheel to work with. That's going to be weighted out flywheel. Very nice job from the Gamekeeper. Gonna use a Dolphin here. Again, I don't know how useful this is going to be, because even if you decide to heal, if you get hooked, bye-bye, Xiao Ling, you're not going to be able to do quite a lot. So I think this barmaid is also just simply going to go down immediately, and yeah.
I mean, as you mentioned, if you do get the heal off as the barmaid there, you are going to get the boon of being able to take a hit, but if you get hook hit, not going to change anything, as we saw a start to a heal there by the remaining two survivors, Itadori and Who, but they didn't full heal it for whatever reason, as I'm not actually fully sure why they started it, considering the HP on Acrobat, but the hook is going to miss out here on the Novelist. Tried to put it towards the Cypher as Flywheel comes out here. Genuinely might have been a bit of a misclick by Itadori. One way or the other, though, is going to use the metaphor, dodges the hook, and it doesn't hit a wall, so the hook is going to get canceled out here. Not going to be able to reuse it, as Barmaid once again just now going to hit half, so the rescue very bad to come in at this exact moment, as we'll see the side of Jeff try to maneuver around. Isn't going to get this hook, but should be able to still get the hit. Hits the wall, actually. Itadori's going to get it, but hook back over the wall, hit onto the Novelist, as we'll see Itadori go around, as now Vault comes out. Jeff looking for something here. Third Cypher done, 70% on the net. next, as we'll see if they're able to pick that back up. Corbe trying to find something as Metaphor comes out through the window. It's a nice grab, but a bit miscommunicated as Corbe still ends up just walking straight into the path that Jeff is taking. As I don't know what Barmaid's going to be able to do here, and it's just going to be a hook. It's going to be a down, as Barmaid will be taken out here, and still only 3 ciphers done. They haven't gotten any progress since.
Yeah, and it's just looking at this game, this is, I mean, we can most likely just expect a 4K at this point, but regardless of whether or not this is indeed a 4K, both of our survivors are 1 chip away from giving their last breath. Novelist, no book, no flywheel, basically no, yeah. And then the acrobat who was decoding. I don't know if the gamekeeper managed to see that the cipher over there was moving. I don't think it was moving yet. It was 18%. But we are going to get tinnitus here very close. Yeah, we do get tinnitus here. So we are going to be able to most likely find this acrobat very soon. And this is just basically going to be your average going back and forth, slugging game, making sure that everyone uses a self-heal. And that's pretty much the wrap, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, as long as Jeff doesn't do anything completely foolish, there should be no reason not to knock out everybody in this match, as Itadori is going to pick himself up with that exit path and try and evacuate as quickly as possible, but Gamekeeper caught an eye on him, is going to get onto these follow paths, as we'll see him actually miss that hook there. A bit of an error there by the side of Jeff. See the emote come out. Not the happiest in the world with that, but it just doesn't matter, as still on the track of Itadori, was able to get around, as it'll be a little bit of time before he's able to get the kill on the down on the Novelist, and he just has to find Acrobat, who is popping the 4th cipher. If Itadori can play a fantastic kiting game here, they technically could try and get this last cipher, but it shouldn't be realistically possible, as we'll see how the Bane does in terms of getting to this Novelist as Acrobat, get a maneuver around the map, try to get to that next location to continue on this job, as stun comes out here. Nice by Itadori to fake away, not going to get hooked, is going to get the stun, as Jeff just going to stick with him for the moment, hits the wall here, not quite going to be able to grab the Novelist. Pallet goes down. Jeff's just going to walk around as Chain Hook, about to run out on cooldown, needs to just throw it out here, as is going to get it, gets the Novelist. It'll be the down onto the side of Itadori. Nice flywheel, but he shouldn't make it back to the Pallet in time. Gets taken down. Novelist out once again. No exit path to work with, as it's now going to be DR7's who, with a single chip away from going down to try and clutch this game up here. Only got 45% on that cipher, so not looking the best in the world.
Yeah, well, honestly, pretty good kite right now from the Novelist. Nice try. I'm pretty sure this is probably what they were coming in VC. Like, hey, I'm gonna try to kite. Let's just sort of pop the ciphers, and right before you die, just tell me, and I'll leave the cipher so he doesn't, because they know that he switched traits, right? He does end up spotting out the Acrobat here. He does see the trails and ends up getting tinnitus too. Let's see if we are able to get a hook onto him right now. It seems like he is gonna be using a mod bomb. Just to make sure that he is slowed down. He is going to be taking the mod bomb, unfortunately. I don't think that was his plan. Hook is on cooldown. Novelist is indeed no exit path, as you said. And I think this Acrobat is going to die. I mean, he does have bombs to work with, a couple flywheels. That's a...
Oh! He mind games himself. Acrobat throws himself into the window, doesn't get over the wall. Bane vaults it in anticipation, but despite the misplay, Acrobat could kite for another few minutes here, but until Novelist is going to bleed out, it doesn't matter. And as I say that, the flywheel isn't going to stall him. Now, Acrobat goes down, tickets picked up, they drop the surrender, as it is going to be a 4-kill here by Jeff, and that is a really big round considering the DR7 Hunter coming up.
Honestly, fun, very fun. That was a fun interaction between the Gamekeeper and the Acrobat. I thought the Acrobat was gonna make it to the window, and as soon as I saw the Acrobat just smashing himself into the wall, I thought the Gamekeeper would have seen that and actually being able to hit, but no, he decided to take the window too. All right, you know what? It's also a very good job from the Gamekeeper. It's pretty much what we called out at the start of the game, where if he decides to go for the Gravekeeper, probably his best chase, the fact that nobody has really any BT. I mean, even here, right? They could have managed to pop the ciphers, so the BT really didn't matter. But yeah, no, the only tide on Gravekeeper really made it so that, and also the pretty low containment was not in the rescue after half as well, unfortunately for the survivors. I think they could have potentially had a shot at maybe one-manning or tying, had they had the rescue maybe before half, right? Before half, even with a kite, right? Like, even if you get a kite that is not super great, no trade out, whatever, I think that if you get a good rescue before half, and some sort of small rebound, because he had a shovel, right, and he took the trade out very nicely. The Gravekeeper did. So I think that had a shot, but yeah, just after half, Gravekeeper was dead. Acrobat was one chip away. Barmaid couldn't kite. Yeah, they very well played on both teams. Honestly, I think the survivors did the best they could, and very well played on the hunter.
As yeah, for the moment, we are going to get things set up here for this next round. As we'll see how it ends up going here. Obviously, going to be interesting. DR7 have a lot of things that they can work with here. As the other side, CNCE, pretty happy with that last round. I mean, your hunter got everything that you could have possibly wanted him to get there. So it is going to be a simple move on to that. But what do you expect to see here coming out? Do we just see whatever tier 1 hunter doesn't get banned away, or do you think we'll potentially move back down away from that top tier despite the ability?
Yeah, right from the, I'm assuming right now is it the RD? Yeah, it's the other team's hunter, the DR7. Sorry, DR7 hunter, Red Church, right? Actually, do I have the match still saved? Do us spectators get the match? No, I don't think so. I was gonna check the profile to see if I could actually get some badges and maybe some information. We'll have to see. I mean, pretty much the same thing. I think from, okay, there you go. We have him here. Let's check him out. Let's, you know, just let's see. Oh, okay. It's hidden. We can't see it, unfortunately. Okay. Out of intuition, I think the order of priorities in Red Church would be looking like, I'd say Ivy is probably a top contender here. Very small man, very easy to use. I think the second one would probably end up being Goatman, maybe. Followed up maybe by Hullabaloo and then Opera Singer, or maybe Opera Singer instead of Hullabaloo, after the slight nerfs onto the Hullabaloo. Otherwise, I mean, he did go Night Watch round 1, right? So we're thinking, are we thinking that's kind of crazy? Of course we're thinking. Do we think, rather, he's going to use another slightly off-meta hunter for the second round? Do you know? Oh, wait. Okay, got it. Okay, so unfortunately, I did get ghosted by Mr. Colonel here. Now, he's having some microphone problems, don't worry, guys. But I did get ghosted, guys. Now, that's crazy. Nuh-uh, that's crazy. I was asking a very philosophical question, and then they just ignore me like that. Okay. That can't be true, guys. Let's just quickly check if
they are crashing out. My cord came loose. I now realize my cord on the top of my PC box came loose. I figured it out though. That was the problem, but I think that we'll see something fun. I don't know. I realistically don't. I think we're gonna see whichever doesn't get banned between Hulla or Goatman, because you need a 4K, right? I don't know that you're willing to take a gamble on something like that. Night Watch obviously can't play it again, but I feel like going on an off-meta character is very risky in a position that you need a 4K, and while obviously we just saw the Gamekeeper able to manage one, I think it's a bit risky.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Survivor team might ban Hullabaloo maybe, or Goatman, one of the two, and just let Ivy open. Considering that they used those 3 first Survivor picks, right? So I think it was Grave, Novelist, and who was the first one? Professor. So I think they might ban Goatman or Hullabaloo here because they did quite go heavy on the Goatman Hullabaloo counters, and because they don't have that many counters anymore, I believe the CNC team is going to ban one of those. There you go. So Hullabaloo is going to be banned. But Priestess and Psychologist, first 2 banned from the Hunter side. So we're, again, Priestess pretty standard, but we are looking at a Psychologist ban, right? So another 3-hit Survivor, Bluetooth healing across the map. We could still be looking at anything, honestly. It doesn't really tell us a whole lot. I think maybe not a chip hunter, potentially. I've got no idea. I've got no idea. It's gonna be Acrobat First Officer, 2 first Survivor picks here, though. Very strong, solid option First Officer, and very strong, solid Kiter opportunity here for Acrobat. Again, tied Acrobat could work. First Officer tied, obviously. And Antiquarian is gonna be the 3rd Survivor ban coming in from the Hunter side from DR7.
As yeah, I mean these bands are obviously not surprising. Do have the ability to go for something like that Seer, which we had seen banned pretty heavily in the last round, but not going to be what needs to be done this round. Female Dancer going to get picked up here for the side of CNCE's Survivors. As we'll see what this final ban is going to be. Ghost Johnny has probably figured out at this point if he is going to dip into that Goatman pool or if he's going to try and move away towards something else. So I would expect him to play it at this point, Red Church into this composition. I don't think it's the biggest problem in the world, but we'll see what his final ban is. We'll see what the final pick ends up being for the Survivor side, as Novelist going to get banned away, as I think he's definitely banning the problems that he really is concerned with something like that Goatman, so I'd expect him to go for it here, but we'll see what he ends up going for.
All right. Right, that's gonna be Magician potentially for the 4th Survivor pick. So we have, honestly, we have a bit of, I think we have a solid team comp for the Survivor, definitely. I'm not entirely sure if this is gonna be worth it against Hullabaloo, sorry, not Hullabaloo, Goatman, and potentially Ivy. I think that his Female Dancer is probably gonna be struggling the most out of everyone. Against those kind of hunters, maybe not against Goatman. Honestly, she can probably work well against him. But honestly, again, solid team comp, Female Dancer, support capabilities, really strong kiter. Can put those slow boxes inside of Church. I believe she might be the one spawning in middle, or even potentially getting those slow boxes set up in Graveyard or something of the sort. Magician doesn't really need to, doesn't really care about where he's gonna spawn. I think the Acrobat doesn't really have to be worried about that either. So honestly, really solid comp. Like Magician, Acrobat could go tied. First Officer is definitely gonna go tied. Female Dancer could go Sui. I think we're gonna see similar to what I said before, although I was quite mistaken, as you can see with the triple Sui. I think that again, either Acrobat or Tide is probably gonna bring Tide along with the First Officer, and then the Female Dancer and Magician. One is gonna bring Sui, and then the other one is gonna bring maybe just a normal Broken Windows or Flywheel build. As we wait for the Hunter now.
That is one of the hovers of all time, is Ghost Johnny teasing us a little bit with a couple different characters he could go for here. Photographer, Ripper, two of the interesting ones there. Ripper, obviously, definitely a possibility, but it is going to be the Goatman hover here, still bouncing around a couple of options, a couple of ideas, as Hermit going to be the lock-in here, going to forego this tier 1 set, not super concerned, no Psycho, no Barmaid, not anything with a ton of healing ability, so it is just going to be Alva coming in here to try and pick up a 4K here on the Red Church.
Yeah, and also again, this map does benefit Hermit to some extent. It is quite close to each other, so the survivors don't really have to go to the other side of the map to really take those perfect ciphers and make sure that they can share the damage properly and heal themselves properly. So I think it's a bit of both ends. Like Hermit, it's not super open, but there's some loops where, although there's some safety, you can still shoot, you know, as soon as you do one loop, you can still shoot on the survivor. Through the windows you can shoot in God Kites. So there's a couple areas. As we expected, we are going to be seeing the Female Dancer spawning in middle, probably for that box support in the pallets. We are going to be having a Tide and, in fact, double Tide from First Officer and Acrobat with one Flywheel. So Acrobat is going to be going Sui Flywheel. And then the Magician and the Female Dancer are going to be going Flywheel too. Now this is interesting enough. The thing against Hermit, between choosing Flywheel and Broken Windows is useful to get enough distance away from him and staying away of his line of sight, which is huge. That's what you want to do against Hermit. But on the other hand, because they have Flywheel, it means they're going to be taking a lot more colors, they're going to be taking a lot more charges, but they will be able to get that one 10-second charge away thanks to their Flywheel. So let's see if it ends up working out for them. That Flywheel is definitely going to be a bit more, you know, you got to think about it. If you fail your Flywheel, you're going to miss. If it doesn't work for you, then you're not going to be able to use it. We're going to see how it goes. I think the Hermit here definitely wants to be chasing after anyone, really. I don't think the Acrobat is a tentative choice, but I think maybe Female Dancer and Magician are probably his best options. And with that, I will be taking some water because I am struggling to keep my voice hydrated. I will leave it to you to take it up in a second.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be a fun one here. Hermit is definitely one of these characters that I would say can find a 4K pretty, not consistently, but he's definitely always able to. A couple of things going well, maybe a slight macro mistake when it comes to healing or your charges can lead a survivor team to losing a lot with a very little mistake. So we'll see what they want to go for here. Obviously, that polarity is going to be a pretty big deal, as with any Hermit game. So we'll see where All But wants to set up his connections here to start, as he is going to go straight in, goes for the auto connect, just going to go for everything on this left half of the map, as it is going to be a focus. It looks like he's going toward Jeff here. This acrobat going to be looking to balance things around, as he'll be cycling through his various items here, as he's going to figure out exactly how he wants to try and stall this game out. As for the moment, not going to be in the biggest rush ever. Peeper goes down, goes Johnny. Definitely a good bit partial to it here. Is Jeff going to hold up the first bomb? Pallet goes down. Blue charge is going to go on to him. So Jeff not going to be in the biggest position to get saved by his teammates when it comes to the HP. But in 10 seconds, polarity changes are available. He's just going to burn bombs to try and get away. But charge comes out, red hit comes in, and Acrobat going to take a big beating here to start it out, as charges and flywheels become available.
Now I am so sorry. I came back from this and I see Peeper's Hermit with no confined space and a trump card. Interesting choice here from Ghost Johnny. Seems like he really likes to use the the Peepers for his hunters. Now the Acrobat on blue, and keep in mind that Acrobat is also unfortunately the only one who does not have any options to really take off the what's it called, the he can't take a hit, right? And also, I don't think he connected. There you go. He took off the connection so that the blue, they couldn't switch out for blue. Acrobat gonna go down and gonna get cheered near the middle, it seems, which most likely is end up going to pressure a lot this first officer into going for the rescue, or even female dancer to leave completely this area and this box completely destroyed.
And yeah, Ghost Johnny is going to come over, of course, get rid of this box, knock off a female dancer item there, as we'll see Cypher is honestly doing pretty decent considering the character. One finished, one at 80, one at 70, as we will see the save coming in here, as it is going to be the first hit on to first officer. Female dancer is going to share in that pain, as we'll see Ghost Johnny coming in here, attachment, connect to the red onto this target here, as we'll see it for the moment, actually ends up going on to first officer. Acrobat was able to get away, but gets the injure. First officer, female dancer, both half HP, as is Acrobat, as Ghost Johnny is looking for this Acrobat now, but he's checking this graveyard section, and Acrobat has already rotated north on the map, so Ghost Johnny just wasting a lot of time here, as he will be able to find the Acrobat without too much effort here if he is going to check around for the tinnitus, but it looks like he's given up. He's just moving on to first officer, who's going to have to try and take this chase now.
Yeah, and also this is tough, right? I mean, Acrobat did manage to escape. I was checking on the Hunter persona to see if he had nostalgia, perhaps to really camp further away from Chair and then just going back to the Acrobat because he knows where he's going to be. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Now, this damage is stacking up really quickly onto the first officer and female dancer, and this Acrobat and first officer, unfortunately enough, they are healing. Now, this female dancer is unfortunately also gonna go. Oh, did she file? Oh. She did file. Very nice filing from this female dancer, making sure to knock it down. Although, I don't know if you look behind you, but the Ghost Johnny is also looking at it right now. It seems like this might be a basement for our Hermit player, which is huge, which is very, very huge. The first officer and Acrobat are gonna get healed. Oh no, the first officer is not getting healed at all. It seems like the Acrobat is gonna be the one coming in for the rescue, as he is going to be the only one else, apart from first officer, with Tide.
And yeah, one other minor detail worth noting there, while female dancer, right before she got hit, that charge went out, Magician actually tried to flywheel the damage, which, while a good idea, unfortunately executed improperly, just burns his flywheel, as Ghost Johnny comes over, breaks the pallet, breaks the music box, Acrobat jumps down, 4 ciphers completed, fifth cipher 70%, as we'll see the save attempt coming out here from Acrobat. Blue charge comes in, as he's just going to try and hold this chair towards half, as female dancer is going to get saved before that half, and disaster for Ghost Johnny here, as he's going to struggle to get this first kill. Acrobat and female dancer have both been shared once, but it's going to be a struggle now to even force a tie game here, as it definitely still able to get that tie, to get that second kill, but at this point, comparing to that gamekeeper, Ghost Johnny doesn't have much chance here.
And again, also right now, this is probably a good chance for Ghost Johnny to really get the game back, right? I mean, that's gonna be the second watch out from the first officer, and what I mean by game back is this is currently the last cipher that they have as the survivors on the map. First officer currently with that literally chip away from death. Female dancer probably slugging her for her to be using her exit path is probably a nice idea, but we are going to be switching preemptively to this warp. First officer going to go down. We are going to be decoding the last cipher. Female dancer and the magician, I believe, are the ones that are currently no, the magician is the one
Oh no! Oh,
Right.
Ghost Johnny, that is not what you want to see. He trump cards to warp to come harass this cipher, but dreadfully misinputs his warp distance and barely goes a few seconds of walking. He's forced to use attachment charges to get over here, and while he is going to go harass this magician, that cipher is not going to be primed yet. A lot of damage share is going to make this a nice stall for them, as 3 players do have borrowed time, everybody but that acrobat who's on the flywheel tide turners. Reconnect comes out here. Ghost Johnny knows he needs to do whatever he can to buy each and every second away from these ciphers popping, as he's still trying to force onto the magician here, who has HP share with the acrobat, so he's not at risk of going down on this next hit, as we'll get the tether here with that charge, gets the hit onto the magician, but that cipher is primed now. It doesn't really matter. It is going to be the pop now, as the tension comes out here. We'll see what Ghost Johnny wants to do. He doesn't have meditation back up yet, so we can't tether these doors into each other. The magician walks straight through the hermit without getting noticed, and things are really struggling here. It looks like we're going to get a 3 escape from the survivors at this point, as no warp, no trump card, nothing available for him, as he still has the ability to kill magician without the biggest problem in the world, but anything past that is looking a bit hopeful.
Yeah, and most definitely, I was a bit confused as to why the Ghost Johnny connected the ciphers. I think he might have not noticed that the last cipher was almost about to be done, right? That's the thing. If the ciphers are about to pop, you most likely want to be saving your door connection, right? And I think very nice job, magician, able to pre-drop this pallet right before he actually gets hit, missing. I think he's panicking a tiny bit. He is gonna get
He could
This
get
could
nobody.
be a 4-man escape. Right?
He could lose his escapes here. Magician trying to stall out as long as he can. Blue Charge going to go toward the pallet. Magician going to try and get around it as Ghost Johnny knows the position he's in. It's already a confirmed triple escape. The round goes to CNCE, but it will be Alva trying to get it. He hits the Magician towards the dungeon. We'll see the speed of the recovery. He's going to get him. It will be a single kill here for the side of Ghost Johnny. So it's not the absolute disaster that it almost was, but at this point, you're looking at 8-1 on this round. You have to do the same in the next round, or DR7 are not going to be walking out of this round happy.
Yeah, honestly, I think again, probably for the first match from the Night Watch's perspective, again, Peeper's I think it was Peeper's confined detention was again a ballsy move, but in this case, going hermit and with no insolence, no really way of getting those hits super quickly. Although the first down was indeed relatively quick, right? He managed to disconnect the ciphers. Nobody could really share damage for the acrobat, but then also, again, losing the acrobat there was dreadful, absolutely dreadful for Hermit. Going for that female dancer, not committing to that female dancer, and then unfortunately towards the end, missing the warp, as well as connecting the ciphers right as the cipher was primed, right? Like the cipher was primed. I don't think the Hermit managed to do, which is like, okay, let's just connect the 3 last ciphers to make sure that the cipher progress is shared. Could not connect the last 2 gates, potentially would have made it so that the warp could have come out, right? But then also a really good kite from the Magician endgame. He was just trying to use the wands for the speed boost, not really to block any kind of charges or hits, which is basically what he was trying to do, right? Like stall as much time as possible for my teammates to get out of the gates so that we can get the 3-man escape. I mean, they essentially needed a 1-man escape, right? But although we can appreciate a 3-man escape against Hermit on this map. So congratulations to both teams. We're gonna be going into round 3, correct?
Yes. I think there's going to be a lot of problems here, as we'll get everything set up. Obviously, we have to go through our substitutions, our map ban, our map pick, then we'll get hide selection, and we'll get everything set up here. So we'll see what it is going to be. There's going to be no subs, it looks like, from either side, but at this point, with the map bans on the table, we'll see exactly what they want to go for. Chinatown, Ever Sleeping, Hospital, not Darkwoods, but still a couple of maps available. available, obviously, for these teams to go between. So we'll see what it ends up being here, but things are looking really, really rough here for DR7. They have to get either a 4-kill or a 5 escape in their match, and in the other one, they have to get 3 kills or 3 escapes at the minimum. If they go perfect, flawless, a 10-point round, they can obviously still win here in this third round, but they have to play very, very close to perfectly in order to move on to the overtime.
And honestly, I think moving on just really quickly while they discuss, because it seems like we might be looking at some subs from the DR7 side. I think recently, again, Darkwoods has become available, right? And honestly, before Darkwoods was, I think, getting nerfed, really. Like, the main building kind of got nerfed, the other sides of the map got a bit buffed. I think it's an attractive option maybe for survivors to do some interesting team comps, right? And then just have a hunter like we've spoken about before, that benefits from open areas a lot. I think that wax artist, for example, on the map could perform quite well. I mean, you can basically see all the ciphers from across the map. Lizard could do really well. Geisha could do really well, right? So perhaps Darkwoods is now a very solid option to use those hunters over there, and to prep a survivor team comp that can transition from each area on Darkwoods really well, right? So I mean, this is just me kind of just saying, like, I want to see more Darkwoods. I think it's a good map, and I think it's also a good way to, if there's someone who's maybe a bit more on the lower tiers that doesn't really know, or even just higher tiers that doesn't really know how Darkwoods works, or what kind of meta you can do in Darkwoods, what kind of, like, how to path in Darkwoods, how to kite there, because I know that there's a lot of people who struggle. Because it is, at the end of the day, the newest and most recent map. I think it'd be a good idea, right, to show it in tournament, as a way to see, hey, this is how you can play it, right?
Yeah, we'll see what they all want to go for here as we're getting everything set up for this matchup. We're going to get some subs coming in here for the side of DR7. Obviously, they know the position that they are in at the moment. They have a lot to make up for here coming into this final round in order to have a chance of making overtime, or technically still able to clutch it out, as it looks like Tomato is going to be subbing in for Korabe here for the side of DR7. So we'll see how much that's able to help them out here in terms of trying to get that 4 or 3 escape here, which is going to be required for the DR7 side. If at any point they get even a tie, a second survivor escapes, or a second survivor gets killed for them, it is going to be lights out on this series, as DR7 definitely can have a bit of a hill to climb, but if they play well, still definitely possible, as we've seen them play well in this series, but just have to find it out at the right time.
Yeah, it seems like, I thought actually they were going to be subbing out a hunter potentially to get maybe those late third round sneaky picks here. But it's going to be a survivor. It seems like a survivor is going to be the one getting subbed. So, yeah, I mean, we're going to see the same hunter. I think was it Ghost Johnny? I always forgot the name. Ghost Johnny, or Johnny. Johnny, please don't kill me. I swear I'll remember your name. But yeah, he's still going to try to play the same hunters. That means that his Night Watch and the... What did he just play? He just played Hermit. There you go. Hermit and Nightwatch are going to be gone. They're going to be global banned. Let's see what DR7 has in store for us now, right? Because I think Jeff already played Gamekeeper, and he hovered around Lizard before. So maybe they're going to try to go for that Lizard map right now, right? Because that could be an option maybe for CNC. At the end of the day, I think Jeff does play quite a lot of Lizard. So if they want to go for that tie, maybe 3K scenario, that will basically grant them the immediate win, I think, against DR7, or almost the immediate win.
Yeah, it should be the case. We'll see CNCE ban Ever Sleeping Town here. DR7 are going to have the option to pick whatever map they believe they can have an absolute pop-off game against, as we'll see what side, what faction ends up playing first. I feel like if I'm CNCE, I'd want my Hunter to go first. You know that if he gets a tie, you shouldn't even have to play your next game, so you can just hope he goes on to something pretty stable, try and get that 2K. A lot of these characters can very consistently find that second kill. Decide Disciple, Bonbon, a lot of these characters. There's obviously another 10, 15 in the game that can very consistently force a second kill if you just play around that idea for the end game. As Chinatown is going to be the map pick coming out here from DR7, so we'll see how they're able to do. Chinatown, they need to get at least 7 kills and escapes amongst the 8 lives they'll have in their games. The CNCE will have the choice of starting faction, as we'll see what they want to go for here.
So we are going to pick Chinatown though. Interesting. So Chinatown is going to be played again, pretty standard for tourneys. As I said, any large map. Although surprisingly we got Arms Factory. Apologies. And Red Church as the two first round 1 round 2 maps. So we're getting Chinatown here as the third map, and this map does allow for a lot of different hunters. There's a lot of different hunters that benefit here, actually. I'm thinking maybe because the CNC survivors are going first. I'm thinking, just to give you an idea, I'm pretty sure something like Wax Artist here could be really, really strong. Disciple could be disgusting. Fool's Gold, you do 1 dash, you're already in line of sight of the survivor. Undead, absolutely disgusting in this map. Smiley Face, also disgusting in this map. When I mean disgusting, obviously disgustingly good, don't get me wrong. And Breaking Wheel, even a really attractive option in this map. So if it's any of those hunters, then so be it, you know. I think all of them can have a really strong opportunity to 3K, 4K. I think mostly 3K, but you can definitely go for the 4K if you're good. So we'll see what it is. We'll see what it is. But I think if it just to recount them maybe, so if people are interested, I think maybe something Wax Artist, Disciple, Geisha, Fool's Gold, Undead, and even Breaking Wheel could be super on right now on this map.
As Nightwatch Hermit going to be per a global ban for the side of Ghost Johnny coming back in here. Professor, Gravekeeper, Aeroplanist, Acrobat, First Officer, Female Dancer, all going to join that list as well for the survivors. As CNCE opts to send their survivors first. They're coming off of an absolute heat game. They have a lot of momentum after nearly getting a 4 escape there coming up. I mean, genuinely about half a second of crawling likely away from having that prompt to escape. So we're going to get things going on here in the character picks and bans section. Ghost Johnny has a lot of pressure on him right now. He has to get 3K for his team to have a chance of winning, and if you make the assumption that Jeff will be able to get at least 1 kill in his game coming up here, then the side of DR7 have to find the 4K here. So Ghost Johnny has a lot of pressure on him right now, but the survivors are going to have the exact same keystone if they get to that point. So we'll see the survivor bands come out. Priestess and Knight going to be the opening set for the side of Johnny, and we'll see what the hunter bands are going to be here. As obviously Ghost Johnny, again, he's played the Night Watch and he's played on to that Hermit side. So Hullabaloo Wax Artist coming out here.
Yeah, I mean, as expected, I guess, maybe. I think CNC is scared of Wax Artist on this map, and understandably so. Very disgusting hunter. A lot of open areas, you have to really cut corners around the big buildings. You have to use 2-story a lot. The 2 stories are going to help you, and very disgusting to try and go to rescue against. As far as Ghost Johnny though, and the survivors did pick Embalmer Psychologist as the first 2 picks. They're basically saying, okay, we're gonna go for that tie, okay? Embalmer really solid as with a coffin, especially after the buff. Really solid option to just support the person who's kiting with a shield, with a speed boost, and with the complete invulnerability that the shield gives you now as soon as you get out of the coffin. We're going to be banning Journalist Knight, so again, we're seems like we're banning quite a lot of rescuers. I would be, maybe, if there's a 3rd rescue band over here from Ghost Johnny's side, like a First Officer, maybe, I don't know, something like that, then we're probably looking at a hunter that really benefits from that camp ability. And especially the survivors right now not having that rescuer at all. I think they're just saving the 4th one for that exact reason. But that means, and keep in mind again, as Novelist could be a secondary rescuer, that means that regardless of what character they're going to go now, I believe they're going to go 2 tides no matter what, which means that Merc is probably going to go tide, Novelist is probably going to go tide again, Psychologist and Embalmer could afford to go Sui, considering also their circumstances, as CNC doesn't need to get that full-on win. Antiquarian last is going to be the last man from the Hunter side.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be really tough here for the side of Ghost Johnny. He realistically, again, if you assume Jeff is going to get a 1K at least here on Chinatown, then the Ghost Johnny going to need to find everybody here. And going into this, it's just a big stall comp. Embalmer with his coffins can stall. Psycho is extra health, she can stall. Novelist Metaphors can buy a ton of space, get some stuns and stall. Mercenary is the king of stalling. He goes down after every other character in the same situation. So Mercenary obviously going to be able to go for those Keystone rescues as well, and with the elbow pads you can get in, get out, as we'll see what it's going to be here. The talents are all getting locked in for the Survivor side of CNCE, as DR7 Ghost Johnny doesn't have the Hullabaloo, doesn't have the Wax Artist, doesn't have that Hermit or that Night Watch, and is going to have to find a pretty successful game here. Has to, at the very least, win this game for us to play the next one, as we'll see Ghost Johnny for the moment getting ready to make his pick, as these final talents are going to get locked in. Final call, my friend. What are you expecting Ghost Johnny to lock in here?
Goldman is available, right?
It is.
I don't know, maybe Goldman. I honestly don't know what he's gonna go. I think the bans and what he's played maybe are his only mains, but that Wax Artist ban and Hullabaloo definitely seem a bit targeted as well. Because I think you definitely ban Hullabaloo Goatman, Hullabaloo Opera, something of the sort. So maybe they did, the CNC survivors did some research maybe on this guy. We'll see. I think we just gotta wait 14 seconds until we get a gamekeeper. Okay, we got it. I see you. Again, yeah, this is a good option for Johnny for sure. It means that you're gonna be in desperate need actually to use your first 2 hooks to catch up to the survivor as quickly as possible. Go on cooldown, and potentially, I'm saying maybe, you know what? I think maybe he could afford to chase after someone who's going hotel, or someone who's going on 2-story on the top side of the map, where he uses his 2 hooks. He puts a trap on the entrance of hotel, and then now the survivor's now completely forced to leave that area, and potentially leaving an opening for the gamekeeper to just hook onto the survivor, get a hit, and then maybe use like a warp or a blink for this. Now, what do you think the gamekeeper is gonna be bringing? Do you think he's gonna go Peeper's trump card detention, or do you think he's gonna opt for something like blink warp this time?
I mean, I definitely, when it comes to talents, I think he has to bring trump card detention at this point. He needs a 4-kill, realistically, to find good success in this series, and I think the best way to do that is by bringing something like the blink trump card detention, as he could still go warp, he could still go teleport, I think, are 2 of the other key options here. If he really thinks he needs it, he could go for the abnormal as well. The state that he needs, he has to get a big game here, and so potentially getting a big abnormal or 2 could buy him that time to get that extra kill or 2, as we do see the talents coming out here. It is going to be a solo Tide Turner for the Mercenary. It's going to be borrowed time on everybody but that Embalmer running Sui, Novelist with that Flywheel, Psycho with the Windows, as Ghost Johnny going to spawn in the top right here, and it looks like he's going to be forced into a Psycho first chase.
Yeah, and that means obviously we're gonna have to be using our hook here to get into this Psychologist as quickly as possible. Potentially use, I don't really know what the Psychologist rotation is gonna end up looking like. Potentially gonna go to Restaurant, potentially just gonna go up the stairs into the 2-story area, or just going middle maybe and having Merc rotate to the right side so that he has a guaranteed cipher, so that Embalmer can also potentially rotate up, and then the Novelist could take middle at some point. We'll see how the rotations go for the survivors as we go into this round 3. First half of the game between CNCE and 7. Let's go.
Yeah, we're gonna get things underway here in Gamekeeper. He needs to get off to a hot start. We saw the last Gamekeeper game. It's the only 4K we've seen today. It obviously went very, very successful for the hunting side of Jeff. Got a big game there on the Red Church. So we're gonna need to see a similar performance coming out here. The Anubis skin on Chinatown. We'll see how he's able to do as we get it going. It is gonna be trump card. It is gonna be detention, and it looks like a warp there for the side of Ghost Johnny, and immediately getting onto it with these hooks. He's going to try and cover the distance here, as he does catch the tracks here of the Psychologist, so it's a nice early find here, but he needs to get that down pretty much as quickly.
Yeah, and also actually the psychologist getting caught up here a bit in the open. I don't think she quickly saw that
Nice.
that the gamekeeper was going on the other side. A very quick hook as well early game, which is going to be the first hit very early. This is within 20 seconds honestly. A trap there back into hotel means that she can no longer really make it anywhere. She's probably going to get another second hit really early with this hook too. Getting that second hit quite early again. Warp is going to be active super soon. Going to pre-drop this pallet most likely, which means that Ghost Johnny could potentially opt to use a warp if he really wants to. That's going to be the warp out, and that could be the down. The early down going into this pallet. That's going to be... Okay, that's not going to be the terror shock. I thought it was going to be a terror shock onto the psychologist. Very nice job though. This is perfect. Now we just, if the psychologist can kite just a tiny little bit more for the hooked end here, because it's gonna be the trade out, and she doesn't have any stress anymore. So this is already as much as you can ask from her. This is purely roll kiting. So far so good. That's gonna be the hook onto the psychologist. Psychologist is gonna go down.
And yeah, it was looking good for the gamekeeper there for quite a bit, but after that warp, made a couple of unfortunate plays there, got out-kited a little bit by the psychologist here, so he was able to stall out for all of that stress to dissipate, but unfortunately missing that hook caught meant that after the stress was all gone, the psychologist was still able to true kite for just a little bit here. Ghost Johnny now going to be looking for the mercenary, is going to try and hook him over to the side, might go for the hit, might just stall out, and it looks like he's just going to try and body block for the moment, but Psycho's not going to hit half Mercenary as long as he avoids a terror. No! Mercenary! As I'm saying it, he does not avoid the terror shock. He's going to get taken down here, and that is a big momentum grab for this gamekeeper, who's now looking over at this next side of the Novelist. Gets the chain hook, not going to go for the hit. Flywheel comes out here. Another terror shock would be game winning here for the side of Ghost Johnny. We'll see if he can do something of the sort. Not going to get it. Gets off the chair in time. Save comes out. Psycho could still die very quickly, but the metaphor is going to buy them a little bit more time here, as Ghost Johnny knows that he needs to keep the game pace going, and the best way to do that is a quick kill on the psychologist. So should have the ability to get the down here, gets it, and that'll be the first kill here. 2 ciphers completed and 2 in that 60 to 70 percentile.
Now I'm gonna be super honest with you. I was just looking at the chat. I was just mindfully like seeing what the viewers were saying. You scared me with that with that terror shock. I immediately went back to my screen to see the mercenary getting terror shock, unfortunately on chair. But as you said, this is completely game changing for the gamekeeper with a very fast down, pretty fast at the start of the game, and then a stuffed rescue essentially, right? So far so good. Novelist is gonna go down. These last ciphers are looking pretty rough. We're missing an entire full cipher, and although we have 2 ciphers pretty rounded up to 70%, we still have to go towards them, right? And that is gonna be a lot of time wasted. Now the Merc is gonna have to go for this rescue pretty early. Gonna have to use an elbow pad. Unfortunately, misses it a tiny bit here, which means that the gamekeeper managed to get a hook onto him, and he also has Berserker, which means that the mercenary wouldn't have gotten any or barely any speed boost. That's gonna be the Novelist instantly down, which means that the mercenary can no longer get the I mean, he could get the second rescue, but it means he's no longer guaranteed to get a safety. Potentially, the embalmer is going to embalm the Novelist. And as I said it, yeah, I heard the embalmer uses coffin there, which means that the Novelist is completely safe right now, as the warp is not ready. And although we do have trump card, we cannot really use it right now. It's going to be the mercenary down as well, so mercenary goes down, which means that the embalmer is going to have to go rescue. Novelist is going to be picked up and cheered, I'm assuming.
And yeah, that terror shock just completely changed the pace of the game. The third cipher is going to get popped here by Embalmer, so he's going to have a little bit of an effort there as Jeff pops that one. As Novelist is going to get the credit from that coffin, but he can put Merc on a chair here. It only takes him really 2 seconds maybe, so he's going to put Merc on that chair, force that tempo to go up here, as we'll see how this ends up going here. As I think that Ghost Johnny should be able to secure this 3K at the very worst, at least get that 4K, so he should be able to guarantee that we see the second half of this round. But here's where the problems come in for Dreamer 7. They still, if he gets a 4K, need to get a triple escape in order to force overtime. So despite a fantastic opening round here by Ghost Johnny, and if he is able to convert it, it's still not a guarantee. As Chain Hook comes out, he's trying to stall for Merc to get to the second half. I think he could have put a bit more distance before chain hooking there, and Merc is going to get saved before the half, and Bomber takes a normal hit. So everybody injured here for the side of CNC. ICE, as we'll see Ghost Johnny trying to kite around here, but the trap there going to make it a bit too undesirable. Mercenary is going to get hit, has that delayed down, so is just going to be a nice hook there by Ghost Johnny. Insta downs him, pulls him in, as it will be a reach here on this Mercenary. Fourth Cypher is popped by the Novelist here, so it's one full Cypher left, and again, if they can find a way to get a dungeon escape, their killer or their hunter only needs a single kill to secure a success in the series. As Merc on the chair, Novelist going to have to go for the save here as Embalmer gets picked up here with the down.
Yeah, and Gamekeeper has to use his warp back over here. If the Mercenary manages to somehow really get this kite going, although again with this full presence, it seems like that is going to be quite unlikely. If he can get at least just to buy a tiny bit of time here for the Novelist to just potentially go to a Cypher and start it out maybe, but this is looking quite rough for the CNC survivors. In fact, this is actually looking like what you were discussing before for DR7 to really have a shot. I think he can get it. I think he can definitely get a 4K here, guarantee a good status for the survivors, and then the survivors would really have to push forward, really push that win or that tie potentially in the next round. Now that is going to be Mercenary down, or just not down, just completely dead. And Embalmer now is trying to get healed here, but I think the Gamekeeper is going to be able to see where they are. Embalmer going to get healed. Full Sui, by the way, on Embalmer. Keep that in mind. And now it's just about who do we want to chase? Do we want to chase after the Embalmer, potentially, which has full kite but nothing else? Do we want to chase after the Novelist? Can we get these ciphers popped? Or one of these ciphers popped? Can we get the stall correctly here for the Gamekeeper? And this is going to be, as like we've seen before, just a bunch of going back and forth to see if we can get someone to use his exit path.
Yeah, we do see everybody is aware where the dungeon is here, so this corner is getting trapped up. I actually like this by Ghost Johnny. He's just putting as much pressure in this corner with those bear traps as he can, as he's going to try and rotate around here, get back towards this Novelist who is sprinting away from the area, as we do have the side of Aesop on a Cypher here, so Embalmer is going to be working on pumping that as quickly as they can, as bar time is available for the Novelist, so if he can kite for an incredibly long time, and he's going to go down, as the flywheel's not going to save him on this one. Ghost Johnny gets that one there, as he's trying to check on any of these ciphers for a little bit of wiggling to try and get a warp going, and he's going to warp over, check on two of these ciphers on the back road, and trying to get that tinnitus onto the Embalmer, but isn't going to get it here. And at this point, Embalmer's in a rough position here, because if he doesn't touch a cipher occasionally, then he is going to get those crows and start giving away some pings, but they're all so close together that Bane can really just wait around for his tinnitus and try and find him.
Right, and just right now, I mean, realistically speaking, the Embalmer is still full health. The Novelist still has his self-heal. As long as the Gamekeeper does not find the Embalmer, the survivors have a very, very slim chance at getting a one-man escape. It seems like the Embalmer is not going to opt to do anything of basically touching the ciphers at all, because they did also, if you look at the ciphers, they're disgustingly close. They're one warp away, every single one of them. He is going to opt to switch for teleports here. Gamekeeper going back towards the Novelist, but it seems like the Embalmer is also deciding to pick up. We're going to be looking at both of them. That they're basically going to have a face-off here between each other. Embalmer is going to have to kite here, potentially take a hit and then just grab the heal, but then I think this means that as soon as this Embalmer goes down, and as soon as he picks him up, we are going to be very quickly able to see where the second survivor is and just get the 4K for Ghost Johnny.
And yeah, here's where another part of that problem comes in. Embalmer's bleed out timer is not there at all, so he can just go ahead and down the Embalmer. Now Novelist would have to kite for genuinely many minutes in order to stall for that dungeon. Obviously, the exit path is available for both of these survivors, notably the Embalmer downed at the moment, but will be some traps getting set up here on this top level by the staircase pallet, as we'll see Ghost Johnny continue on the path of the Novelist. Is definitely going to be a bit of a struggle here for them to try and force an escape here, which, if they are able to do, they put their hunter in a position of needing a single kill to close out the set, but it will be a pickup by Embalmer with the exit path. We'll see Novelist start healing himself, as, again, it is just going to likely be an unfortunate stall that ends up changing nothing at the end of the day, but a tiny mistake could still try and secure them a dungeon escape here at the end of this one. So 37% on the most done cipher. It's unrealistic, as a little bit of poor cipher management management really is a nice hook there to get him behind that bar, as it will be the Novelist picking himself up now. Ghost Johnny, one final play to go, as I'm surprised he swapped over to the teleport instead of just holding onto the warp. It feels like a little bit more value could be gained from having the warp and still holding onto the trump card in case he needs to swap to something else in a niche position. But it is going to be Ghost Johnny now working on finding this Novelist who could potentially go pick up the Embalmer if he can buy enough time, as Ghost Johnny trying to find Tinnitus in this back corner, but it's just not anywhere close. So he's going to run over him. Embalmer should get picked up here, as yeah, they are going to both be on their feet once again, but not going to be the most meaningful in the world, as Teleport doesn't find anything immediately, but Embalmer back in danger.
Oh boy, this is one of those games, huh? This is gonna be the 20-minute game, the 20-minute clerk match that we got in Koa. I mean, yeah, it's just a bunch of slugging. I mean, they do know where dungeon is. I mean, Embalmer's literally dying right in front of the dungeon. So Novelist just has to. I mean, the cipher is 70%. Funnily enough. Is he gonna decide to chair?
You cannot put him on this chair, Ghost Johnny. Okay, I was very concerned there for a second. Against a Novelist, he can't swap to Excitement anymore. That could have been a very big capitalizing moment for the side of CNCE, but DR7's Johnny knows that he can't make that mistake, and so he just moves Embalmer a little bit away from the dungeon, I suppose, as we'll see the Embalmer try to crawl back on over there, but Ghost Johnny's just looking around once again. We're into the same position of there's no reason for a Novelist to try and rush things because he can technically bleed out the Embalmer and go for this dungeon with a Metaphor. So there is still the ability, if the Embalmer dies, for the Novelist to get this dungeon, but it's going to be a tough ask here, as Ghost Johnny obviously willing to bleed out the Embalmer as well, as opposed to putting him on a rocket chair quite so soon, as Novelist in the middle of the map here could get spotted by Tinnitus. I think he just got spotted by Ghost Johnny. He was definitely on his screen for a moment, but didn't end up actually seeing him.
Yeah, and he's playing the Novelist is actually playing this quite smart in a quite smart position, because he's just about at the edge of Tinnitus, of him being where he is. I think he could have seen that. Yeah, he could have seen them there for sure.
Ghost Johnny. He's trying to estimate this Tinnitus as his second opportunity to see the Novelist has been blundered, but surely this time we find the eye. Teleport on over. Gonna move over towards this Novelist, who is gonna do his best to get to the dungeon. The chain hook misses the corner there, unfortunately, for Ghost Johnny. So the kite is gonna be extended here by Novelist, as he does have a Metaphor to work with. You see Embalmer's bleed out is starting to get dangerous here for the side of Jeff, but the chain hook comes out here. Flywheel not going to get it, and it is going to be an all kill for Ghost Johnny. He should be able to secure everybody up here, so no exit path, nothing is left here, and I'd expect to see the survivors surrender not all too soon away. And yeah, there it is, going to come in here. They know that there's nothing they can do. 4 kill by the side of DR7, and it's the result they have to have. They still need a 3 escape in their next round, but it's looking a lot more possible to find success here.
For sure, and I mean, damn, that slugging countdown, or rather slugging countdown, that Embalmer countdown was really getting close there. I thought that the Novelist could have a shot at kiting out the Embalmer, just basically dying on the dungeon, but very nice job, honestly, from the gamekeeper, absolutely wrecking the survivors on the rescues, really making sure that the rescues don't go through, especially that first one, because the psychologist was rescued after half. So that really messed up, I think, the CNCE survivors, and especially also the fact that the three last ciphers were right next to each other, with the warp available at all times for Gamekeeper to really just go forward, back and forward, to really pressure them. So honestly, as you said, this is looking more like a possibility for DR7 to come back from this game and really get this. I'm assuming they could get they have to get a 3-man escape. 3-man escape, sorry. Yeah, 3-man escape or 4-man escape in order to move to the next round, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so if they are able to pull a miracle and get an all escape, they actually just win the series on the spot. If they get everybody evacuated from the manor without dying, they win the round on the spot. 10-0 on the round would give them a couple points advantage, but if they are able to force a 3 escape, then we will head over to our overtime round, which obviously would be quite entertaining here to see these teams go at it another round, but it's definitely going to be a pretty tall task here for the side of the DR7 survivors. But again, we almost saw a 4 escape in the first, or in the middle round there, when they got that 3-1, so it's definitely still a possibility on the table.
Yeah, that's the thing. CNC survivors prior to this game, because they just played right now, they managed to get that 3-mana escape. Unfortunately, this time they got fully 4K'd. And other hunters is once again Jeff, right? And we've spoken about what he could be potentially bringing out to the table. I think Goatman was indeed played, and then his Gamekeeper was played. So those two are going to be fully permabanned. Now the question is, what is Jeff going to be bringing right now in order to really have a shot at this in this map, Chinatown? Because all he needs is a tie. I think he's a tie. If he gets a tie, I think they win the series completely, and CNC goes to the next, already to the next, basically the next matchup, right? So DR7 would end up losing.
As yeah, DR7 need a big round here. They really do. They need to get a lot of their survivors out. They're going to need to play an interesting comp, and they're going to need to deny whatever the side of Jeff wants to play. Jeff has played pretty well today. Struggled a little bit on that Goatman round, got a tie, then had a magnificent Gamekeeper game where he was able to secure his own 4K. So is going to come out here. He's averaging 3 kills a round, and the opposition are going to need to take his 3-kill average and force him into a bit of a lower number here. They need to only allow a single kill, so I'd potentially expect a little bit more of a team fight comp, expect things like that Prospect or the Forward, the Weeping Clown, things with that stun, the ability to stall out a lot of this time while they wait for some decoding, maybe as the Cypher Rush, they go for something like a Prisoner, a Mechanic, a couple of options here that they can go for, but we'll see what they want to do, because they should be fully aware of the weight that this potentially final match has.
For sure. I think, honestly, quickly checking at those survivors right now that they could go, if I am allowed. Honestly, a good way to really secure this 3-man escape. Obviously, I think Embalmer is going to be a very safe pick, just to even get the safety net, maybe, of, you know, I'm not saying tie, but we'll see. I think Embalmer. Did we all get kicked, by the way, or was I just gone?
No, I certainly got removed as well. So yeah, we're
Okay,
gonna
no
get a
problem.
reset on the lobby there. A little bit of technical difficulties. IDV is a game made by a small indie company with no financial backing whatsoever, so we're gonna get
Agreed.
things shot back up there, fired back up. NetEase doesn't really have that much money, just all of the Chinese government behind them in the production of this game, but regardless, we'll get things set back up in the lobby and get that next half brought to you all as soon as possible. As again, CNCE, they are in a fantastic position here. They have just about everything that they need to get into this next round, but DR7, especially rallying off the momentum that their Hunter was able to get them, they still have a chance here.
Yeah, and as I was as I was previously saying, apologies. I think a good way to really make sure to get this 3-man escape potential for DR7. There's 2 ways you can go. I think if the team is really confident in their ability to potentially get those characters that really stall the game. And when I mean stall the game, I mean something like Wilding, for example, or get maybe something like Cowboy, Batter, that can harass and potentially support really heavily the survivors that are in last tier or even second tier, right? I think that if the DR7 team has something like that, like a Wildling, it could be really a really good option. Otherwise, you probably want to go for a maybe brushing decoding team comp, like you just said. I think Mechanic is the best one at doing that, or even they could bring Lawyer in this map, which really does really well to counter rotate the Hunter. Otherwise, I think just making sure that you have 3 extremely good kiters, and when I mean extremely good kiters, you could probably bring one of them that is an option to bring Tide. So say you could bring, again, the Acrobats, the Patients, maybe. You can bring Airplanist, you can bring Antiquarian if she's not banned. You could potentially bring Cordy now, which I have not seen Coordinator been used in this entirety of the matchup, and I'm quite surprised considering how good Cordy is. I haven't seen Fire Investigator at all either. So potentially something like him to guarantee a very good, nice, long kite. That first long kite is super important, I think, for the DR7 team. Even just maybe like a Puppeteer is still, I think it's still usable if I'm not mistaken. Entomologist, after the buff, still very like an option to use right now. And maybe if they want to go for support heavy, then if Priestess is for some reason not banned in this in this disgusting map for Priestess, then maybe, I don't know, Toy Merchant could be used.
or something like that. Maybe gardener, cheerleader potential. I don't know. There's a lot of different ideas. They could go for painter and Balmer team comps, which is disgusting too. You have the painter kiting using his paintings, and make sure that the painter gets the kite, and then you use coffin on the painter, right? So he gets his full chair still, his full chair time. He gets his 5-second shield invulnerability, 40-second speed boost, and he gets another 60-second chair. That is a lot of time wasted for the hunters. That could be an option. So we'll see. We'll see what kind of team comp they're going to be bringing, basically.
Yeah, I think there are, as mentioned, a lot of options. They can go for a team fight, they can go for a decoding, they can just try and play good. As again, at the end of the day, they don't need a 4 escape. If they get a 4 escape, they instantly win the series and knock out CNCE, but they don't need to get every single last member out. They can't afford to take a single loss here to bring us to the overtime section, but definitely going to be a challenge here. And on the other side, obviously we've talked a lot about the survivors, but for CNCE, this isn't the biggest ask in the world. He got a tie with his Goatman, he got a 4K with the side of his Gamekeeper, as we'll see how they're able to do here. Jeff joins the lobby, as now it's going to be the man to keep an eye on, as he is going to be looking to get a second kill, really, this game. He does not need to move mountains, he does not need to redefine how to play the game, he just needs to get a solid, decent, pure by definition average result here. He needs to get that second kill, whether he gets it with detention and he has it by a mile, or he gets it pulling somebody away from an exit gate in the final few seconds, doesn't really matter. He just needs to get that very, very, very light win there. So we'll see if he's able to hold on there. A lot of characters, obviously all of those characters you mentioned earlier, thinking about potentially getting a 4K. The majority of them can still manage a tie, so I realistically think that Jeff can play just about anything he wants this game, but the question will be what he deems the most stable and able to get that second kill.
Right, for sure. I definitely agree. I mean, obviously we can probably look at Jeff's past badges, as it is currently open, and potentially we could see there's a lot of options still. Right, the Gamekeeper is been gone. I think the Goatman is gone, but we still have a Lizard opportunity. There's a Mad Eyes opportunity. I don't think he's gonna play Mad Eyes on this map. Upper Singer, Disciple, and maybe other hunters that he hasn't shown at all. Maybe he has a Hullabaloo still in his back pocket, right? So we're gonna see what Jeff does. Again, as you said very brilliantly, he only needs a tie, and that's completely doable. Considering, again, you don't need to play a top hunter right now, I think, in order to get a tie. There's a lot of tie guaranteed hunters right now, and a lot of them are open. It's just about making sure that he knows how to play them, right? If he knows how to play them, then he can probably get a tie, and he can probably get it done. As we move on to the survivors, there's hopefully gonna go into preferably gonna go into the lobby, and as soon as we do that, we can go into the ban phase.
Yeah, we are having a little bit of a problem getting some of these players invited, but we'll take care of all of that. Where it looks like we just now got the ability to start getting them in, so we'll get that rolling in. We'll get the DR7 players all lined up in our match, and then we will get things going for this second half of round 3. Again, any result other than a 3 escape will result in the end of our series. A 3 escape will bring us to that overtime extra innings section of the game, but a 4K, a tie, a single kill, or full escape or not just a single kill, anything but a single kill will give us an end to our series. So DR7 obviously hoping to do better than a tie. Anything better than a tie keeps them alive in the tournament for the moment, whereas the other side, CNCE, they need a kill. If they get a kill, they are chilling for the moment. They obviously love the tie to get off for the moment and move on to that next round of 16. But we're going to get things going here. The pick ban phase has begun, as we'll see what Jeff wants to ban. I imagine Priestess has to be one of the openers.
Yeah, I mean, I think Seer Priestess is probably going to end up being something that is interesting as a ban. An interesting ban for Jeff here. Maybe, again, we're going to see some mechanic, antiquarian. Oh, no. In fact, we're going to see some antiquarian puppeteer. Yeah, so very solid 2 containers to make sure that probably, yeah, he doesn't get, like, just straight up 3 Cypher kited for free at the start of the game. Antiquarian with that stick basically just guaranteeing a lot of things going on for her. And puppeteer, you can pretty much just if you think about it, you could just brain dead use your puppet for 8 seconds each time for 3 times in a row, and you would at least get 24. So, hey, we'll see. We do have, as you say, we do have Seer and Perfumer picks here coming in from DR7. So, honestly, I think this could work. This could work, but only if, and I genuinely mean, only if the Perfumer manages to successfully hit her 3 perfumes, which is already going to give a lot of presence. And as we said before, a good option right now for DR7 is to have that opportunity to support, right? To get that harass potential, to solve potential, and Wildling is super, super good at doing that. Really, really good. There's no more Gamekeeper. There's still a Disciple, I'm assuming, somewhere out there. So he doesn't really get countered as much. He can kind of just go out freely. Jeff has to be very careful about the Wildling. So honestly, so far, Seer, Perfumer, Wildling is a really good team comp. I think even just having the Perfumer miss a perfume and then asking for the Seer Owl to cover for her while she's on cooldown is quite nice. And the Wildling making sure that he gets that 30-second chair time every single time.
I really like this idea from the side of DR7. Knowing what they need to do in this game, they have gone for every walk of what they want. Seer is a fantastic range supporter, obviously is able to give an extra bit of time, and that's what they need to do. They need to stall. They don't need to play perfect, they just need to stall an extremely long time. Seer can stall, Perfumer can stall, Wildling can stall while being a rescuer, and Explorer can get some ciphers done. It's obviously not the best map for Explorer, and maybe a couple weeks ago we'd be looking at Explorer saying this is a weak pick, but with that recent buff, the pages can only spawn 70 meters away from him, so he has the ability to get them in a pretty good amount of time, and Explorer will have the ability to try and cipher rush as quickly as he can, with the ability to do almost 2 full ciphers on his own in a matter of time. We'll see the Explorer locked in as that final one. They're going to get their talents all set up here. As we'll see now, Jeff needs a tie. What is he going to go for? As we'll see what that final decision is going to be from him in the next half minute.
Can we get a drum roll? Can we get a drum roll? No, we did it. We're obviously going to be waiting here a tiny bit until he starts hovering something. He looks like he's probably thinking about it, right? This is honestly rather still a stressful moment, and it seems... Okay. Yes, we are going to be going Lizard. It seems like the options were between Lizard and Disciple. Disciple would have been a very good option to counter Wildling here, but Lizard still a very nice option to get those fast downs and to get that quick mobility. Both of them actually get a lot of quick mobility. I think everyone apart from Wildling obviously is a good chase. I think Perfumer can kind of counter Lizard if she plays it well. I don't think Seer necessarily can counter a Lizard, because if he uses an owl before his full presence is out, unless he has Flywheel, he cannot do too much. Now we're going to be moving on to the map spawns right now, which seems like it's going to be the L, I'm assuming. It seems like we're going to be doing the L. Yeah, the L. We do have a Tide from the Wildling, a Sui from the Explorer, a Broken Windows, and Broken Windows, double Broken Windows, as a matter of fact, from Seer and Perfumer. Fortunately enough for them, we are going to be getting some sort of protection from the jump, so it might not be too bad still. But the Wildling doesn't really get that protection from Flywheel, does not have any Flywheel. So, pretty good. I mean, I think Blizzard doesn't really get hard countered in any form, apart from maybe Wildling, which is going to be a bit rough to navigate and how to make sure that he doesn't get any value. But it looks like we're actually going to be deciding to spawn in a T, or not a T, but the 2 balls and the the stick. Lizard gonna be probably chasing after this. Seer, or also optionally could go for Explorer, but very high risk of not finding the Explorer after he rotates and hides away. We'll see how this ends up going. Again, it is worth noting, we didn't end up, I believe, commenting too much on it, but Tomato is subbed in for the photographer that we saw earlier, Kirby, as we'll see how he's able to do, obviously, on the Explorer. We'll see how he's able to pilot it, how he's able to rush all of these ciphers, as they still have the ability to do what they need to do. They can afford to take a player loss here, as we're going to get this game going here in the next couple of seconds. 10 seconds left on that match start timer. So Evil Reptilian gonna have a lot of work to get done. He needs to secure a second kill, and he will go home the hero.
for his team here, as they will secure the win on today and qualify to the next round of the playoffs. As we've begun loading on in, Lucino, Mr. Reptilian, gonna try and secure the second kill. Doesn't need, again, to move mountains and find that perfect 4K that he has in the past, and I'm sure he'll go for it if he gets to that point, but once he gets that second kill, he will be happy no matter what happens after, as we get the game going, and he already has vision on Seer.
Yeah, this is the tough thing of spawning here in the back of the two-story area. Is that the hunter can basically have full line of sight of you immediately after you spawn. We do have no confine, sorry. We do have trump card attention here from this side of Lizard. We are going to be getting potentially a very early hit onto the Seer, correct? Sorry, I got scared there with a miss on the pallet. But that is going to be a very early hit. Seer transitioning onto this ramp, which is not going to be very ideal because he can jump right here, and that is going to be an extremely fast owl. I was going to say fast arm, but the owl was already up. Fortunately enough for Seer. We did bring Blink, that I did not mention, which means, oh wait, the Seer did not go inside, which means that he is going to go down pretty soon. There's no more pallet here, no more owl left to be worked with. The Cypher is looking at 50% mostly, and the Wildling is already coming in for the support, but he is unfortunately not going to be able to make it at all to push the Lizard on these. It seems like he's looking at him. That's going to be a very nice try to push, but he's going to get cancelled. Giving presence to this Lizard right now is not ideal at all.
And yeah, I mean, Itadori is still in the area. He still has a bit of board left. He can come in for this, but it's going to be a lot dangerous as, again, they have to get a perfect, close to perfect result here, and it's already a little bit suboptimal. Itadori is going to take the first hit. He's going to go over. It's not going to be the fastest rescue in the world. Jeff is going to go in. We'll see if he can get the slam down. It will connect to Seer, and this is not what you want to see if you are the side of DR7. Seer already going to be forced to take his second chair here, as two ciphers are done, one at 29%, one just now starting. That's the Perfumer, or the Wildling actually starting this new ciphers. It will be Red moving on over to the next cipher. Tomato, the Explorer, picking up his next page here, 20% into that one, is Wildling just going to focus on decoding at the moment, as I assume Perfumer going to be forced to come for this save here. Doesn't have Tide Turner to work with, so it's going to be a bit unfortunate here for the side of DR7's Red, as Tomato in the area, but not going to get spotted out by the side of Jeff, as who just sitting on chair at the moment, and it doesn't look like anybody is that in range here.
Yeah, I think honestly this is, I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad idea, but it kind of might be for DR7 to just fully sell the Seer here. Again, if we let someone die here, we're risking the tie, right? And we don't want the tie at all.
From this point feels incredibly difficult, and Tomato almost gets double hit. It's not over yet, but at this point, I feel like this game is not going to be successful for DR7. They need to get every player currently in the game out, and they haven't popped a third cipher yet. They have another 150% ciphers done at the moment, but they still need to decode the value of over a full cipher and a half, and we'll see how long Tomato's able to kite. He does have 50% page on his body, but again, every player currently alive for DR7 must exit the banner here, if I've done my tracking right, as we'll see an Evil Reptilian not able to catch the Explorer. He's actually going to leave him. Really good work by Tomato, but Perfumer, I believe, messed up that Perfume, ended up not blocking out the damage, as it will be the Euphoria burned there. Perfumer trying to move over now, and unfortunately for Perfumer, these two remaining Euphoria aren't really going to mean all that much. Just goes down here, and again, it's a good stall here. Now it's a bit better chance, but they still need to decode 15% on Cypher A, 20% on Cypher B, and if Perfumer gets chaired back here by the dungeon, things are going to continue to look scary, as we see Tomato and Itadori healing up, presumably going to send Wildling in for the heal here, or for the save here, because again, they have to get Perfumer out.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just a quick maybe fix up. The Perfumer did manage to get the perfume out prior, but it's just that she probably didn't want to go back to the perfume in order to get to just go inside of restaurant, which is slightly more safe against Lizard, right? Like she did manage to get the perfume, but if she just goes back, he just hits her again. So I think that was the plan from Perfumer there. Wildling coming into the rescue here, still with a he never used his he did use his tide, sorry. So Wildling coming in without a tide, Perfumer, that is going to be after half rescue. With a jump here available, no flywheel to counter this, really. We're going to be missing the jump, which already means that he can get the rescue for quote-unquote for free. Perfumer, no flywheel, 2 perfumes are not really going to help her as much in an area where Lizard actually doesn't struggle at all. And that's going to be the jump that connects onto the Perfumer. Perfumer actually dying, and now the Wildling and the Explorer essentially... Yeah, this is a win for CNC, right? We already get the tie, so...
Yeah, CNC secure this round. They obviously got 5 kills in the first round, so in order to tie this round, they still do need to get the other 2 kills, but it just doesn't matter. If you look at the points, the round is over, the set should be over, but Jeff is going to continue it out. He wants to get his kill percent up here. He is going to down the Explorer, and at this point, it's looking like it is just going to be an all kill here. Obviously, they had to go for some unfortunate plays, but Seer going down and dying in the nature that he did, and then them selling Seer. If you're in the first half, I can maybe support it being a decision, but in the position that they're in, I just don't think that DR7 are allowed to let a player die that early into the game. As Jeff is going to bring Tomato into the middle of the map and put him down on the ground so he can be a little bit easier to track. Dungeon, obviously, spotted over here in this corner of the map inside, as it will be Reptilian simply looking around at this point. Wildling has to be somewhere. They both have exit path available, but again, it truly doesn't mean that much either way.
Yeah, sorry. I'm looking at the energy bar. I'm looking basically at what's gonna happen, right? And Wildling doesn't have his tinnitus cut anymore, and this Explorer still having his exit path means that he can still pick himself up. But because this, I was gonna encourage Jeff to really just use as much energy as possible to travel around the map to see if he can maybe get tinnitus somewhere. He doesn't seem to get a tinnitus, and Wildling is actually gonna go for this heal. If and only if the if the Lizard knows that he got picked up, that's gonna be good. If he doesn't, and he thinks that he uses self heal, that might actually end up being quote unquote in favor of DR7 because they can maybe capitalize on it and get a dungeon or something. But again, Wildling gonna hop on board here just to be extra safe. He knows where he's going. Like Lizard knows where the Wildling is, unfortunately. So. And with the board time left on the Wildling, this is going to be, I think this is just going to be a couple jumps in and he is gone.
Yeah, Evil Reptilian is over here. The stun, not even going to come after me. Tadori, not going to get that pallet drop. Explorer does pick himself up here as, again, considering where Wildling was, he should surely know that it was the heal coming in. As Tomato is going to get across the map. He's going to try and run away from them for the moment as he's just going to chair Wildling. I think Jeff has realized the slow rolling this game, pretty pointless, honestly. I mean, obviously securing the extra stat is always nice, but you're in the playoffs, just take the win now that you've got it. As he's going to look for the Explorer, obviously he's still going to try and secure this final kill as Tomato running around. He has to stall for about 45 seconds, then be at that dungeon in order to get the single escape and win the round still, as obviously would still be nice as a little bit of a consolation on their way out. 50 energy or so to burn here as Jeff is going to check this back corner. He knows where the dungeon is again, as Tomato actually going to get spotted here. A bit of a mismovement by the Explorer, who is unfortunately going to see the end, not quite of his expedition journeys, as we'll see the jump come out, not going to be able to get that slam down on to the Explorer, but gets the hit through the pallet, and that is going to wrap it up. It will be a 4 kill, which leaves us at a tied game after round 1, a tied game in round 3, but with an 8-1 success in round number 2. CNCE are going to be the champions here. Congratulations to them as they'll move on to the next round here in the playoffs.
Yeah, we can congratulate both of the teams for this. I mean, this amazing set of show off of skills. Honestly, I like the mirrored Gamekeeper 4K games, right? I think both of them were the 4Ks of, I think, maybe the highlights of today's matchup. But yeah, again, congratulations to both teams. I think I enjoyed watching both the teams play. There's some funny highlights, some really good highlights and good plays from both the Hunters and Survivors. So yeah, I think up until today, I think this is going to be the first match from today, but we still have a second one, if I'm not mistaken, later down the line. And then, yeah.
As yeah, I do believe we will have another one coming up here in a couple of hours as I'm trying to panic scroll through all of our Discord messages to get back up to the schedule, as there is going to be another match coming up at 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern. That will be MSG versus EXZ. Rose and Kazuhira will be with you all to commentate that one. So gonna be another fun one coming up here in just a couple of hours. They should get going in around 2 hours, maybe a little bit less than that. Obviously, again, I believe we have another match in the early morning tomorrow, another match during the day as well. So definitely keep an eye out on all of the various pings and various messages for that one. But for us here, that's certainly going to be the end of it. DR7, unfortunately, not able to find the success they needed in that final half. Obviously, again, congratulations to them. Still made the playoffs, CNCE as well. Moving on, we'll see them again in a couple of, maybe a week or two in that next round of the playoffs.
Right, and I think also maybe a quick thank you to Lulzy for obviously organizing everything and making sure that the stream runs smoothly. And obviously for the viewers, for your complete, full-on engagement throughout this match. And I think we can kind of maybe wrap it up for today. What do you say? I don't know if Lulzy's gonna give us a little bit of an input. I think we can probably wrap it up.
Yeah, for us today, that is going to be it for us. Congratulations once again, one final time for the side of CNCE as they will move on to the next round. Some very solid performances for them, but for us, that will be about it. I've been Colonel, that's been Justice, alongside CNCE and DR7 in the round of 32. That's going to wrap it up for the first match here on the day, though. We're going to end the stream here. Join us again in about an hour and a half, maybe a little bit more than that, for the second matchup of the day. But as for that, thank you all for joining us for today's match, and hope everybody comes back in a few hours for another.
All right. Hi, everyone, and welcome back to Identity V Premier Tournament. You might remember me, I shoutcasted on day one, but I'm Hal, and today I'm shoutcasting with Gray.
Hello, everybody.
Today we're going to be seeing Team MSG versus Team EXE. Very exciting matchup. We've gotten to the point now where some of the higher bracket teams are playing against the lower 16 bracket teams. Very interesting. If you tuned in earlier, you saw Crimson Curse beat Seven Dreamers. It was a rather close match. I believe it was 18-11, according to Lulzy, unless he lied to me, but it happens. So today we're just gonna be waiting on everything to start. And actually, I should probably open the YouTube live chat so I can read your comments. Wouldn't that be really nice, guys? I'm unprepared today.
I am also opening the live chat really quick because that's a great idea, and I'm shocked that neither of us thought about that.
Well, I just got it open, so I can now read people's comments. I'm actually
going
seeing
double device mode right now.
As am I. I'm seeing some familiar faces in the chat, people who are actually playing in this tournament, and some people who are actually playing today. So thank you everyone for the support on these live streams. Let me reply in the chat actually as well. Is there anything you're particularly excited to see from these teams today? Me personally, I know the S1 Puppeteer is actually playing on Team MSG, so I'm very interested to see that.
Yeah, I know that Team MSG, I don't know a lot about EXE, but Team MSG, they have a lot of very, strong players with a lot of, creative strategies that they tend to use, so I'm really excited to see, what they're going to come up with to just go against what I can only assume are these meta hunters, because it's, yeah.
If you're unfamiliar, chat, the hunter for Team MSG is actually UKJ, who used to be on Omni, so that's very exciting. I tried to do a little bit of snooping on Team EXE, because if you actually tuned in to the first day of this tournament, you probably noticed that I take a lot of notes and I did a lot of snooping, but this time these teams hid their profiles from me, so I could not actually get info. So all I can do is assume they're playing the meta.
They said nobody's allowed to know, not even the commentators.
I see someone saying the S1 Puppet is the GOAT and my fave survivor in NA. I'll have to agree, Yoon is definitely the GOAT. Yoon actually used to be on Team Eclipse Empire with me, but left us for a better team, which I'm not going to be salty, I'm happy for you, but...
What is happening?
So, someone said, I think EXE Hunter is a Bane main. That would be very interesting to see Bane in this tournament. I know he recently got buffed.
Yeah, another gamekeeper round one though, because I know we saw one in the first day, the very first set. Another round one gamekeeper would actually be really exciting.
I don't know necessarily though that seeing one round one against a team that has a meta hunter like UKJ and a strong survivor team is necessarily the smartest idea this time, but it could definitely work if, you know, the cards are in their favor, but I'm not crazy about that idea, to be honest.
That's fair.
When I say the cards are in their favor, I mean there has to be a giant misstep from survivors, but anything can happen. Anything can happen.
Oh yeah. Anything is possible in this tournament. We've already seen it all, pretty much.
Oh yeah, we've seen so much interesting things.
Yeah, literally the first round, like the very first match of this tournament, we saw a Bloody Queen get a 4K. So literally we've seen it all.
All right, we're moving on to the coin flip. So we're gonna see who is going to pick or ban a map. Let me just pop into our two teams chat so I can figure out what's happening. So it looks like Team EXE will be picking the map, guys. They won their coin flip. What maps are you hoping to see round one this time?
We could see an Eversleep, we could see Chinatown, Red Church. It'd be very interesting if they picked like a Lakeside or like a Moonlit though.
We don't tend to see a Moonlit round one just because it is so incredibly hunter-sided. But some teams have started to do that to really absolutely emphasize their hunter having the advantage. But that's usually also why we see Ever Sleeping Town. Um, we're waiting right now on Team MSG to ban a map. I'm going to be so honest. I did not watch a lot of the matchups. I watched like the first day, but then I was busy earlier, so I didn't watch today's earlier matchup. But I'm not sure if we've seen Darkwoods yet. I think it'd be very interesting to see Darkwoods. Do you know if
We
they
did
picked Darkwoods
see
yet?
we saw it get banned earlier today. It was banned earlier today, but not picked.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about Darkwoods as a map, to be honest, guys. When I see that in rank, I start crying my eyes out. Man. Do you guys like Darkwoods? I better just see no.
Tell
no
us in
the
chat if you like Darkwoods or not.
How long is this tournament? If you mean this particular matchup, it should be about 2 hours. If you mean how many weeks this is gonna go on, Lulzy said it could take 6 or 7. It just depends. We're seeing Moonlit get banned round 1, guys. So now it is time for Team EXE to pick their map. I'm always hoping for Ever Sleeping. I love Ever Sleeping, but you were actually going to see them pick Red Church. They did not answer my hopes. It's okay. I'm just a commentator. They don't need to appease me or anything. She is picking their starting faction now. They have a very strong survivor team, and they have a pretty notable hunter. So I think sending either of them out will be very interesting for us. I'm just waiting, guys. And let me go back to the chat.
Since
I'm
we need
seeing
to fill out time. Yeah, I was gonna mention like the Darkwood question again.
I'm seeing people say they love Darkwood. Why do you love Darkwood?
Yeah. Leon Kennedy, IDV.
Leon Kennedy, this is
double call out.
I mean, Resident Evil. I mean, if you like Resident Evil, you clearly have taste. So I can't say that you have no taste for liking Darkwoods, but I can say this one's a questionable call, guys.
At Leon Kennedy, IDV, aka my bestest friend ever. Why Darkwoods?
Why Darkwoods, Leon Kennedy?
Why Darkwoods? They say they love their emo maps. You know what? That's fair.
And Asylum. Oh my gosh. Darkwoods over Hospital in Arms. What? Well, okay. I just have to ask. If you're saying that Darkwoods is better than Hospital in Arms, what faction do you play? I'm just very curious.
I think it sucks no matter what.
Okay, so actually we're gonna see MSG send out their survivor team first. So let's see if we can see some S1 puppeteer action going on. I think that would be very fun.
I'm still just reading chat.
I'm going back and forth.
You know what? You have more power than I do. I got IDV on my computer, and I have the chat on my phone. It's gonna be very hard for me to go back and forth.
I have 2 devices, but I'm going back and forth, but on 2 devices. Last week, I had 3 different devices open because I had my notes on my iPad, I had the chat on my phone, and the game on my computer. I was like doing it all, guys.
You are just so much more prepared than I am.
This week I'm chilling because I don't have notes to take. Because these teams wanted to hide their information from me, guys. Can you believe it? Like, making my job harder. Come on. No. I hid my information too because I'm not about to give free info to other teams. When is the next tournament? We don't actually have a set time for next tournament. However, if this one does go well, Lulzy will be hosting more tournaments. So please stay respectful in the chat, stay respectful to the players, be positive, encouraging, and to the players who are playing in this tournament, just do your best, show up, be, a real team player and show good sportsmanship, and we will probably have more if that is the case. Alright, we're seeing the teams actually queue into the game, so we're just waiting on everyone to be ready before we can start the match.
Yep.
What tier are the teams? So, Team MSG is our high tier team. Because the season reset, you know, it's made up of high griffins and some alicorns. And then Team EXC is our lower tier team. So the current hunter is a manticore.
So about same-ish level as some of the survivors right now. But you never know. Draw X could have been peak tier at one point. You don't know.
We can actually check that. No,
I
they
just
hit it.
tried to
They
look.
hit it for me.
They hit it.
Oh my god, guys, they hit everything from me. They're ruining my life. No, I'm kidding.
They aren't giving us anything.
Making my life harder. Why? I just remembered because I left a comment that I'm also a moderator for the chat, so I will be also having to moderate the chat. Actually, it's really funny. Last week, I was a referee for one of the matches, and while I was refereeing, I was also modding the chat and deleting weird messages. So I'm just doing it all, guys, okay? So I'm a little unprepared today, but usually I'm right on top of things.
There's a comment in the chat I want to point out really quick. Karma said, "Lulzy, do you have a job?"
Nah, that's Reika. Shout out to Reika, guys. Reika is really awesome and goated, and I agree that Lulzy should get a job. Reika, you're just saying what we all really like have been thinking. Also, I'm seeing someone ask how people signed up for this tournament. So there was actually a Google like form that someone in your team would have had to fill out before the deadline. Next time there's going to be a tournament, you know, just stay tuned in the server. Everyone will be notified. Hal, actually the best commentator. Thank you, love you. And I see Mushi in the chat, love you as well. Love you all. You're all lovely people. And I see Lulzy saying he's getting a job in June, so congrats to my unemployed goat for turning his life around. Round of applause for Lulzy, everyone. Where's
Good
my
job,
shout
King.
out? Yoon, I gave you a shout out. I said you were the goat, and I said I'm excited to see your puppet, and you're gonna.
I can confirm this.
I gave you
I
a
was
shout out,
here.
Yoon, but I'll give you another one because you are my goat. Good luck to both teams, though. I'm not biased, I swear. What time does the match start? They should be starting shortly. We're just waiting for everyone to be readied up, and it seems everyone is ready, so we will start in a moment. I see Tib in the chat as well. Hello to Tib, and we are getting into the band pick phase.
PB time, boys!
Alright, as you can see, they're playing Red Church. I don't know if I said that because I've been reading comments, but it is the Red Church map. I'm sure I said it, but I might not have. So I'm very curious as to what picks and bans will be here. We're seeing Team EXC ban out the Antiquarian and the Mechanic right off the bat. Mechanic can be kind of annoying sometimes because she kind of really does help you get at least one person out. Very good for ties. And Hunters in round 1 really are pushing to get the 4 elimination.
Puppeteer, we're gonna see the Puppeteer!
We're seeing Puppeteer get locked in very fast. I think they don't want to risk it considering they have the S1 Puppeteer on their team. I have a feeling who might be playing the Matthias this time.
Yeah, I wonder who's playing the Puppeteer. If Female Dancer is the second lock in there, that's actually probably going to be like a very dangerous combo considering Puppeteer, very tanky person, and Dancer is just a really strong support. Banning out Knight right now as well. Knight, I feel like is a very 50-50 rescuer. I feel like an FO ban probably would have been a lot better there, but you know what? I'm not the one playing right now, so I can't make those decisions. Locking in Seer as well, while they have the opportunity to.
I will say, oh, they're banning out the coordinator. So this actually leaves all of the main rescue options, such as Gravekeeper, and we're actually seeing them pick the Gravekeeper, but the Gravekeeper, the Officer, and the Mercenary open. banning out a secondary rescuer like Knight over the main rescuer, if they're expecting the Knight over a Gravekeeper, could potentially make sense, but it actually just left having the rescuer open for them. So this is a pretty tanky team comp actually between the Puppeteer, the Seer with his Owl, and Seer is so good, guys, because he offers global support. And we're seeing a Gravekeeper who can actually use shovels to avoid taking the hit. So this is a very tanky team comp, guys.
Yeah, with the only squishy in the team actually being that female dancer. But she is also, again, like I said earlier, just a really strong support. They're gonna try and make sure that either they're probably gonna try and have like the Seer take first kite, I'm pretty sure. What is that name for the Seer build? Anyways,
Oh, I'm not reading that out loud. The chat can't
not
see
either.
it, so I'm not reading it out loud.
Chat can't see it, we're not gonna say it.
Surprise. To no one's
it's
surprise, we have a Goat Man!
Yes! Probably unpopular opinion, I love seeing Goatmans in tournament more than Hullabaloo's. Hullabaloo is boring.
His
And
name
I'll
is
stand by
Jeffrey, so when I see him, I think about my boss. I just quit that job, guys, like last week, but my boss's name was Jeffrey, so now when I see Goatman, I think about my boss. That's a unnecessary tidbit, but, you know, while I'm here yapping.
You know what, real.
We're going into the spawn selection phase now. We're seeing Dancer at middle, Seer at Shack. Oh, we're actually seeing Goatman spawn in middle broken, so it's anyone's question now if he's going to chase the Seer or the Dancer, and if this Dancer will have enough time to set up music boxes in middle for transition.
I'd say she probably will have enough time to at least set up one, but she definitely will want to try and get out of middle as fast as possible. I don't know where she's gonna rotate to though, considering everywhere she can rotate is occupied by another survivor.
Well, typically when you spawn into the map, you know, you're not going to see them necessarily all stay exactly where they are. There may be some rotation allowing Dancer to find a way out.
Yeah. Team MSG though also just has really strong communication, so I don't see this being any trouble rotation wise for any of these survivors. The match will start in a couple of seconds, or right now.
Also, chat, I would really like to point out that the Puppeteer and the Seer do not have borrowed time. We're seeing Seer with full kite, by the way, and the Puppeteer with tied knee jerk. And getting into the match, we're seeing the fancy S tier. Okay, no need to flex on us. We're seeing him head straight into middle, immediately on the Dancer, and it looks like there was no time to set up music boxes, but we see him
leaving the Dancer, actually going towards the Puppeteer.
Switching on to Puppeteer, and oh, it looks like Puppet actually rotated into him for a second, but he's just building up that resentment, you know. He's putting his first cage, and nice Puppet. You know, it would have only been a chip hit regardless because Puppet was outside of the cage, but I still think it's better to Puppet it because now you have the free 8 seconds. And can we see the cage break? No, but a Puppet to avoid taking the damage. It's actually quite low on resentment right now. He won't have a cage for a little bit, giving Puppet some time to transition.
Yeah, Puppet's going to go straight towards Graveyard. Looks like Dancer, who was originally rotating into that area, did actually leave, so that way Graveyard would be open. The Goatman did try to swing to try and predict the Puppeteer coming back towards him in the cage, but was unable to get it, and Puppeteer does kite out that cage. All Goatman just needs to do is swing, but Seer is actually spectating, so we might have an owl going on, yes!
That was a really nice owl, and Puppeteer
great play from the
lives another
Seer.
day.
And the blink was forced out!
Going down to the blink, and actually we're about to see 3 ciphers pop, the first one popping now and the other 2 being at 80 and 90 respectively. That was a lengthy enough kite. We're seeing Gravekeeper come in
here. Yeah, Goman did actually see the blood trail of the Gravekeeper, so Gravekeeper couldn't be as sneaky as he probably wanted to be. Goman just threatening the cage right now to try and get the Gravekeeper to come out of the shovel.
He's
Oh,
building
but
up that
missed the little
resentment.
jump thing, I think. I think he missed it. I don't know how that skill works. But Tide is
We see-
active, and we're gonna see just the continued. Oh, but missed the the lock cage, kind of, maybe. I don't know. Last effort.
Now, Puppet just has to die in the corner, and up we saw a trait switch to teleport. When you have Tide, you know, as a puppeteer, you can't really rebound. You can't use Lewis. So just taking the hit and dying in the corner away from the ciphers is the right move there. You just don't want to kite on anyone's cipher, and you definitely don't want to risk a double down situation kiting too close to your rescuer. We're seeing now Dancer coming in for this. Goatman does have enough resentment for another cage. Will he be able to stop this rescue? And unfortunately, that hit lands on the puppeteer.
Yeah, we're gonna see
Cypher
Dancer try
progress.
and get out of here now.
We have one cipher that's at about 80 and one that's about halfway. We're gonna see if they can finish off these two ciphers. It looks like he's going after the half-health Gravekeeper, and unfortunately, he is able to down that Gravekeeper right on the final cipher too.
Yeah,
We'll
this
see
would have
teleport
probably
be
been a
off.
good time if Goatman saved his trump card. He probably could have switched to abnormal. He just abnormaled that cipher right there, but he did switch to teleport pretty early on.
Dancer is starting their backup cipher and forcing Seer to come in for the rescue.
Yeah, Siri is
Now-
really just staying in Tinnitus range for now, just trying to threaten it to give Dancer as much time as possible to get the cipher up as much as she
I would
can.
like to point out, though, that this Seer actually does not have borrowed time, so if this rescue goes south, it'll be very unfortunate for Team MSG.
Yes, it will, but
We see him
looks like
spot out
it's not gonna. And Gravekeeper is immediately hopping into the shovel, knowing that the Seer does not have Tide Turner, and he's gonna go for the only chipped Seer instead of the half-health Gravekeeper. He looked to see, and he probably yep, he's teleporting straight to his Dancer now, who does
This
have a
actually
fast
would
box
be
that she could work with.
This actually gives them time to pressure that 60% cipher that they were turned on earlier, and a nice flywheel from Dancer. And Dancer does have borrowed time.
Break the cage as well, and that cipher is climbing. It's currently at 85, and she does go down, and Seer's gonna be able to come in for another rescue.
I would actually argue that Gravekeeper should, because Gravekeeper has borrowed time.
That is very true, and they are actually healing up the Gravekeeper right now, so they can do just that while Seer stays on the
They
time
definitely
cipher.
have time.
Roman doesn't have teleport, but he does have the resentment to get over there with the cages. But misses the cage.
Going all the way
Now he has to-
around.
Now he has to walk.
Pressuring down this cipher.
And it looks like that Grave is actually going to make the rescue on time. They popped the cipher, and he's going to chase the Gravekeeper, who is out of items and half health, which means without a cage, he'll be able just to down the Gravekeeper. Like that.
Unfortunately, Gravekeeper loses that pallet mind game. But the gate is almost open. They will definitely be able to get at least one person out.
Yeah, and Dungeon is at the graveyard, which is where the Goatman currently is. So Dancer will have to just go all the way around to the gate. And it's actually going to chair closer to the dungeon and the gate that is not opened, which will probably... Oh, but he has teleport ready. Oh, but he's using it the wrong gate!
He teleports to the wrong gate, chat, but he has the resentment. Will he be able to make it over there? Unfortunately, I don't believe so. Oh, he seems a little lost.
Yeah, it does look like Dancer will be able to get out now. Oh, never mind! Oh, just barely got that 40 resentment and used it immediately to stuff the Dancer's escape, and Seer might just have to leave. Because he doesn't have the health to, yeah, he just leaves. He doesn't have the health to try and get that rescue against a Goatman. For those of you who don't know, Goatman's detention doesn't do full damage. It only does 75, but Seer with the chip would have gone down anyway, so they just had to take that one man.
Wow. That was intense, guys. Good job to both teams. Very well played. Good job for being able to turn that, what almost was a tie, into a 3K, and good job to Team MSG for being able to get even one survivor out against a Goatman. Goatman is a menace to society.
But he is super fun to watch, so I'm not upset at any Goatman games that we get in this tournament.
I'm gonna be very upset when I'm playing and it's the Goatman. If you're watching this right now, Fafa, maybe let's do a non-meta round 1 for your team, right? Just an idea? It's a long shot. Alright. We're gonna now see Team MSG on Hunter and Team EXE on Survivor. So we'll be seeing actually UKJ Hunt this time, and UKJ also has the meta, so we just gotta see which one it is.
Yeah,
I can't read most of this chat.
We do have some of the players starting to join the game, so the next half of this round should be starting here in a couple of minutes.
I'm Google translating the chat. Hold on, guys. Hold on. I'll answer you.
Yeah.
Wait. This is a comeback. It was an epic comeback. Yeah, it was definitely an epic comeback, guys. I agree.
Yeah, that Goatman did a wonderful job pulling it back from a tie to a 3K there at the end with the cage on the Dancer. It was just a really good job from that Goatman, and the survivors actually played beautifully as well. This was a very good back and forth between both teams, showing just how strong both of them are.
Definitely, they were both playing very well. And, you know, as I said last time, guys, if you remember, but if you don't, it's okay, because I'm not that important. It can be really scary to get up here and play while people are watching, so I just want to commend both teams for being able to come up here and, you know, put their skills on showcase for the world, because it's a lot easier to sit here and say what you would have done than get up there and do the thing you want to do. Like, it's easy to say I'm gonna get a 4 kill, I'm gonna get a tie, whatever, than it is to actually do it. So to be able to come up here and be willing to do that in front of everyone, it takes a lot of courage, so I commend both teams for being able to do that.
Yeah, and this isn't like rank at all, as a lot of people seem to think that it is. Coming into tournament settings and playing, especially Hunter, in these settings is actually way more difficult than just going into your average rank session, because all of these survivors are in a VC with each other, and so you have constant 4-man communication, which means that strategies are going to be on point. You have, like, rotations are going to be extremely strong. There's a lot more you have to plan for when you're going into these tournament settings over just going into your average rank session. So being able to just come in here and do this in general is very commendable.
Absolutely, guys. I'm seeing Reika in the chat getting upset that we stole her line, and to that I say, Reika, that's just how the cookie crumbles. That's for you, Reika. Love you.
Yeah.
We're seeing everyone slowly getting in to the match. While we wait, though, guys, let's hear it in the chat. Who is your guys' favorite hunter? Doesn't necessarily even have to be in a tournament setting. Just who's your favorite hunter, you know?
Thank you, Yoon. One of your teammates made it. Actually.
Mine was made by my Identity V duo, Neon. So Neon, if you're watching this, which you might be, because you said you might be, thanks for the really awesome icon. And while we're talking about who made what, shout out to the graphics team for this awesome tournament.
Absolutely. The
Joseph
graphics
is
are
your favorite.
so cool.
Lulzy is your favorite low tier hunter.
Someone said Violetta 100%. And I agree, Violetta is such a cool character.
I have a higher win rate than Tiv. Why are we dragging Tiv into this? Oh, okay, so if you guys don't know, I'm on Team Eclipse Empire, which is owned and coached by Lulzy, the organizer of this tournament. And Tiv is my team's hunter, one of the two. And we have Lulzy over here dragging Tiv. What kind of coach does that? Lulzy, be kind, Lulzy. Why are we
Well,
shooting
be kind to your
Tiv?
team. That's your team.
Lulzy. Lulzy.
Yeah, sure. Tough love, he says.
This just in from Lulzy. It is tough love, guys. Tough love. Okay, look, he was even saying that my win rate isn't that bad. My win rate is 54.55 right now, okay, for Survivor. And he's over here saying it's not that bad. Like, okay, Lulzy, okay.
Alright, anyways, continuing the chain of the answers that we were getting for the question, we have a Joseph answer from Yoon. We have Violetta from YKW. Leon Kennedy IDV also said photo. They have full photo. I believe it. Then we have an Alva answer from Aneda. I cannot read because I do not know Russian.
I would also say Alva is my favorite hunter, actually. Except that's Lulzy's main, so I can't say that it's my favorite anymore because I have to stand with Tiv. I'm standing with Tiv today, guys.
If I'm allowed to answer, my favorite hunter is Fool's Gold, if it wasn't obvious from my profile picture for just you and just you.
What about your favorite Survivor?
Oh, shoot. That's a good one. Because there's a lot more of those than there are hunters. Everybody favorite Survivor in chat now. Go. I sent you on a mission.
Mine's Puppeteer, guys. I really love Puppeteer. He's just awesome.
Are we talking about favorite in general or favorite to play? Because I have two separate answers.
In general, not to play.
In general, I'm gonna have to say I'm a Norton person. I am a Norton fan.
Mm-hmm.
I love his lore. His lore is so cool.
Oh, Magician's your favorite, Leon Kennedy. Interesting.
Yes!
I see Tiv and Lulzy fighting in the chat right now.
I will say, at Leon Kennedy IDV, chat actually used to be the first magician in the server. So that answer comes to no surprise to me.
Ice says Acrobat. Real quick while we're here, shout out to my goat Ice. That's my very good friend Jojo. I love Jojo. Jojo has good taste, clearly, because Jojo said Acrobat. That's my goat right there.
Elite said Antonio is their favorite hunter.
We're actually getting right into the match now.
Survivor. Let's go!
Alright, so in the pick ban phase, let's see who UKJ is going to ban out. Unfortunately, I have no clue who these survivors play because they hid their profiles from me. We're gonna see the Seer and Mechanic ban. UKJ said no Seer on my watch, and you guys are not getting anyone out with this Mechanic's help.
Yeah, we are gonna see a first officer lock in immediately.
But now this places the first officer on global ban. Oh, they changed their mind.
The novelist.
My concern is now that they showed their hand. They showed their hand and said, "Oh, I want to pick this first officer." Now UKJ is probably gonna turn around and say, "I'm banning the officer." Most likely, we'll see.
Yeah, we will see if that first officer does get banned. If not, they're probably just planning to wait until the last slot to pick that first officer so he doesn't get global banned. Antiquarian is gonna be the next ban. The first two survivor picks were Novelist and Puppeteer, and the third one will be that first officer. There's the officer. There's the officer.
In your opinion, which hunter do you think they're preparing for with this team comp?
Oh shoot. I'm gonna say Goatman, more so because Novelist and Puppeteer are both really good against Goatman. I would say that for a Goatman specifically, you would probably want to pick that Gravekeeper, since First Officer is better against a Hullabaloo than he is a Goatman. But this is still so far a very strong Goatman comp. Puppeteer.
We're gonna see the Coordinator band out.
Coordinator.
Aeroplanist.
Charles.
I always love seeing aeroplanists be played.
He's so goofy. He's amazing. I love him so much. I'm so excited to this aeroplanist from Snappy EXE.
Just waiting on UKJ's hunter pick.
I would say probably go Hullabaloo here just because it's strong Goatman counter comp. And I feel like Hullabaloo would be a lot easier against this comp, but we're just gonna have to wait to see who UKJ plays. Because we're not the ones in the hunter seat right now. We are just on the sidelines so
apparently Lulzy is ranking, because he said that, why are you ranking? Pay attention to your own tournament, sir.
wow. Lulzy, how dare you? And the builds have been selected. I can't wait to see what Novelists means. It is a
There's
Goatman.
the Goatman.
Yeah. And you're really saying, screw Hullabaloo. Nobody likes him. Nobody wants to see Hullabaloo. Get the Goatman in here.
I don't want to see Hullabaloo in my match, but it can show up in anyone else's match. But I don't want to see the Goatman in my match either, so that's not necessarily, like, indicative of anything. Yeah, Lulzy, please be kind to all of us. Stop lying on EE members, Lulzy.
Lulzy, we're doing this for you!
Alright, we're getting into the spawn selection phase.
I do want to talk about the builds really quick since we didn't do it last time. We've got Sui Tide on Aeroplanist, which is Tide Knee-Jerk. Standard First Officer build, full kite on both the Novelist and the Puppeteer.
The interesting thing about Puppeteer is he gets kind of a built-in flywheel. His Undaunted ability is literally like a flywheel just in place. And he gets that every single time he uses his puppet. So if he's able to pull off all these puppets and the flywheel, that should actually prolong his kiting time quite a bit. We're seeing the Goatman spawning kind of at the back gate area in between the Puppeteer and Aeroplanist.
It will just be a matter of time for me to see the Goatman decides he wants to go for. He chases the Puppeteer. That Puppeteer is guaranteed kite time because of those puppets. However, Aeroplanist is also towards Graveyard, which can be a very difficult place for a Goatman to chase, considering how many walls and pallets are there. So he may just book it straight from middle and even just go for the Novelist instead. But he might just go for the Puppeteer, if we had to take a guess.
If I'm this hunter, I'm chasing these over them, I'm disconnecting. But UKJ is much better than me, so.
Chat's going crazy right now. The match is starting, and we're just gonna see him going Puppeteer. Probably the smarter choice here. Yes, he's a tankier character, but he's in a way better chase area for the Goatman than the Aeroplanist is. Puppeteer is not
the
actually
basement
gonna
at
take
Shack.
the window. The ciphers
We're
are
seeing
getting
UKJ.
started.
We're seeing UKJ really save up this resentment before caging, and it looks like he actually missed his cage. Oh, but the second cage is able to trap the Puppeteer, who actually pulled off the puppet. We see now Goatman switching onto the Novelist, and we already see the book being used.
Yeah, this honestly could have... This chase could have been avoided if Novelist just rotated. But, again, we're not the ones making these calls for the players. We're just talking about what the players are doing. So we're going to see Novelist getting chased. Metaphor was used pretty early on, just to
I'm
gain
wondering.
a little bit of distance.
I'm wondering if that was maybe a miscommunication, and on account for where they're rotating, and we're actually seeing Novelist pull off a flywheel to be able to kite out the cage.
Yeah, it could have been just a miscommunication, which happens all the time in settings like this. It's a very stressful moment for a lot of these players. So, miscommunications happen. It's not going to be the end of the world as long as you know how to rebound from it. Novelist does go down here. Metaphor at around 90%. So, by the next kite, he should have a book to use. And the second cipher is about to pop. But it is stopped, which means that the one that was at 92 was probably the one by the rescuer.
We see wanted order on officer. So it looks like Aeroplane is actually coming in, and Aeroplane is their second instance of Tide anyway, so this will be a rescue with Tide.
Yes, it will. Using a jetpack.
He's able to pull off the rescue and take the hit.
Yeah, but Novelist will still be hit here just because he was in a bit of a tight area there. But there are two ciphers left, one of them at 25 and the other not started. They are missing a full cipher right now. But I do believe that the survivors are going to be able to pull this off. Taking the Novelist out of Graveyard and going to chair him over in this area here. UKJ does probably actually see where this first officer is because of that blood trail. Yes, going straight for him just to try to push him out of his little hiding spot behind this rock. Does cage outside of the range of the chair, which means first officer will have to break the cage in order to get to the Novelist.
He's able to survive that first cage, and we're gonna see him popping the watch for this rescue. Ooh. That was disorienting, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
and
that's
unfortunately, he's able to hit that Novelist. The Novelist now just has to die away from the ciphers in the corner if possible, and we're gonna see using that book one last time.
Book for the points. And that last cipher is at 75 and climbing. So this may actually be a better turnout for UKJ than it was for the other Go-Man that we just saw. Teleporting straight to the cipher. But it is the Puppeteer, which means if the Puppeteer wanted, he could just force the cipher. But the Go-Man is blocking it off with the cage. And is just going to strike. Ooh!
Flywheel. And Puppet.
We can see the Aeroplane is coming around to try and pressure the cipher more.
Now this cipher is basically primed. Basically primed, it's at 98. Does he realize that this Puppeteer does not have borrowed time? Because if he does, he will just commit, and it seems like he's committing, but they're choosing to heal up instead of going for the cipher.
Yeah, if that Go-Man was just a little bit closer, he could just swing at the Puppeteer, because Puppeteer has no more usage of that puppet left. Oh,
and we're gonna see a pal stone.
Can we agree that he was not in that pallet at all? He is gonna chair closer to the cipher, probably gonna go for this close one right here in the middle. Oh, he's actually going for the one that the Novelist was originally chaired in. The cipher will be primed. They have fully reset the entirety of that Puppeteer kite, which means that they are in a lot better of a position now to get a
I feel like they could have definitely popped that cipher sooner though, before the puppet even went down. This just honestly gave Goatman the potential to just build up full resentment, so I'm not sure I necessarily agree, but we do see them pop the cipher now. Ooh, and unfortunately he gets the hit on Officer, who is still up only because of the watch, and now we will see him go down.
Yeah, teleport is actually back up. So he could actually just teleport to the gate to stuff the puppeteer. Because lost? The gate is being opened at the moment. He may just have to teleport just to secure the puppeteer, who again can't use any of his skill. Wasting the flywheel, forcing the puppet to use the flywheel. Aeroplanist is gonna go in for the rescue on the first officer, and it probably will be before half. But
he's able to actually rescue that officer who is now heading into the back gate. Looks like Aeroplanist is just kind of sticking around.
yeah, Aeroplanist is. They are doing the middleman strategy here, which is where you have two people at separate gates and then one in the middle just in case something happens. And if this Aeroplanist gets spotted out, which he doesn't actually seem to see the Aeroplanist, then...
Ooh.
Oh, that was just outside.
He just, like, floated through the cage.
And the puppeteer is dead.
Oh,
But
we see
the aeroplane is
trying to
heading
dungeon.
straight for dungeon. There is
Oh, he has
Crows.
Crows.
Goldman doesn't have the resentment for it. This is a tie, giving the first round to EXE here because Goldman cannot make it to the aeroplanist in time. And that is the round.
Oh my gosh. That was certainly a very intense matchup. Very well played.
That Goldman has such a strong start. If he had just found that aeroplanist sooner, it probably could have been a draw and a guaranteed round 3. But the aeroplanist was just able to keep out of sight and slip away. So it was a round win for EXE.
That was very exciting, actually. Wow.
That was a very fun watch.
Oh, I was on the edge of my seat. I really was. I don't sound that enthusiastic right now, but I am. I promise, guys. I'm just like, wow, I'm really shocked by that result. That was so well played.
Yeah, both teams did an incredible job. The survivors really managed to pull it out and get the round win from that miscommunication earlier with the
yeah,
the
they
novel.
really turned it around. They really turned that around.
I think what really did secure it though was that end game puppeteer, like the kite before the pop.
Yeah, that puppeteer really was able to hold his own. Which, it's puppeteer, you know, such a menace.
Yeah.
Such a menace puppeteer is. But so is Goatman, so you know what? Let the survivors have a menace too, guys.
Yeah, round of applause to both teams for just some incredible games so far. We are going to go into round 2 here soon.
I'm just waiting on all the pick and ban information.
Yeah, if MSG wins this round, will it go to a round 3, or does it need to be a draw on both sides? Because they'll both have a round win at that point. Or will it be determined on point at that point?
Hold on.
What if MSG wins? Will it be a guaranteed round 3? Or will it be determined by the amount of points both team has? Okay. I got confirmation from the man himself that it will be a round 3 if MSG wins. Let's go.
Hold on 1 second. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to figure out what Lulzy was asking me.
You are okay. Zonk IDV in the chat. I love this comment. Stop healing Pop the Cypher!
That's how I felt too.
Chat room is so funny today. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, I really love how you guys have, for the most part, because I'm not paying attention to the chat the entire time I'm paying attention to the game, But as I'm looking, I'm seeing a lot of positivity, and I love that so much because we don't necessarily tend to have the reputation in NAEU for being very positive here. But you guys have been very respectful, and I really love that, and I really love being able to like sit here and talk to you guys and hear your insights on the game in a respectful manner. Thank you, everyone. You're kind of sleepy, I see in the chat someone saying they're kind of sleepy. Take a nap. This is gonna be posted afterwards. Uh, take care of yourself,
you can always come
friend.
back. You can always come back.
I'm also very sleepy though. Unfortunately, I can't. Unfortunately, I can't nap unless Gray wants to take over. I'm just gonna
I'll
conk out
solo
for a little bit.
commentate. I got this.
What do you think, chat? Do I take a nap? I think Lulzy would kill me. I think Lulzy would actually murder me in cold blood. Oh my gosh. I want to support the other teams. You know what? You are more than welcome to do that as well. I actually very much appreciate how willing you are to support everyone else. Just, there is balance. Just make sure you're well rested and taking care of yourself too. Take a nap after then. I don't know what time it is for you, rather, so maybe like actually bedtime afterwards. I don't know. But, I don't know. Just make sure you're taken care of. Make sure all of you are taken care of. Hydrated, rested, everything. Yeah. What platform do you use to show before the match the bands? I'm pretty sure this is run through OBS. It was like a bunch of different screens made by our lovely graphics team. And I'm pretty sure it's run through OBS, but Lulzy can correct me if I'm wrong. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there we go. Most of it is through OBS.
OBS the GOAT.
I use OBS religiously, so I should have figured that out, but... You know, I'm just trying to see if everyone's... Oh, okay, I see. I just checked the chat now. We're gonna be playing on Arms Factory this time, and we will have EXE's Hunter. Oh, Leo's, okay, I see. They banned Arms, my bad. Sorry guys, I'm a little foolish. They're playing Leo's, and their starting faction will be Hunter for EXE. Now... I'm pretty sure they had a substitute. Yeah, so, Team MSG actually substituted out Yoon. So
Someone
now
in chat is asking if this is double or single elimination.
this is actually single elimination, so once you lose, you are out, unfortunately, for my team, because we got a very hard matchup. But we'll get there next week, guys. We'll get there next week. Also, yes, to the chat moderator / my goat / the S1 puppet Yoon, telling everyone to stay civil and supportive. That is correct. I'm also a chat moderator, and if I see y'all being disrespectful, I will time you out. So, stay kind, guys.
I am not a chat moderator. However, I will find a way.
The way is tell me to do that.
The way is I will tell Hall to ban you guys or time you out or whatever it is on YouTube.
Believe it or not, I have had to time a few people out. So, not today. Thankfully, not today. You guys are being very kind today. But we're actually gonna head now into the pick ban phase. I love the pick ban phase. I like
Instant Priestess and Mechanic ban.
Mechanic just cannot get a word in today.
Yeah, even after Mechanic's recent nerf, she is still extremely strong as a character. And they are banning the Hullabaloo.
So now both Goatman and Hullabaloo are unavailable because, as you know, Goatman is now global banned, along with the Puppeteer, Dancer, and Seer on global ban.
Indeed. Indeed. And we're gonna see an
Entomologist
Ento and
and
a
Grave.
Gravekeeper.
The music that's like playing during the pick band phase, I always feel like I want to dance to it. Like I don't know how you would dance to this, but like I'm like, yeah, let's get moving.
It's club music. Just throw it in a club and you'll find a way.
Waiting on the next band. Antiquarian.
Antiquarian.
Another character that just can't get a word in today. Justice for Mechanic and Antiquarian, guys. Justice for my goats right there.
Justice for the women.
Let's see who Team MSG is gonna lock it. Magician. After Magician's new buff, he's become really like so much better. Like it's crazy now.
Oh yeah.
He can pick up like and cats. He can pick up hermit charges. He's become a menace, and I'm saying everyone's a menace today. I know. Like take a shot every time I say menace. Please don't. You might end up in the hospital. But like.
Yeah, a lot of these characters have just become really strong. Banning out the coordinator, which is a really good idea. That gun is essentially a second tide turn. And
not
Perfumer.
only is the gun crazy, but also her kiting buffs make her really good for kiting. And, you know, she has crazy long chair time. That is why Cord is so annoying. Let's see the hunter. I would love to say who I think it's gonna be, but I don't know because I don't know who this person plays. Like I have no clue.
Fair enough.
I'm hoping
because
for
they're
an
not letting
opera
us
though.
sleep.
I'm hoping for an opera though because I love opera, but I don't. These bands to me don't scream opera, but I'm hoping for opera. Oh.
I'm hoping for something wild.
I don't know. I just love opera. Opera is like my second favorite hunter. I love
That's
opera.
fair.
I'll never complain.
I love when somebody brings out like a more niche character though.
Oh, I see. It could be a Bane. I'm seeing in the chat because I know that this person does play Bane. If it would be Bane, I'd actually be really happy to see that too. Don't get me wrong. I would love to see that. Sometimes it's
And
nice
the
to see
hunter is
things other than the big
making their
four. But
decision.
while they're deciding, everyone, you don't have to say it in the chat. If you want to, you can. Who do you think they're gonna play?
Because I guarantee you, we will. It is a Bane.
Oh my God, it's the Bane. It's the Bane. We did hear earlier that this person might play Bane. So yeah.
Samatize in chat was correct. It is a Bane. Round of applause.
Chat's doing my research for me today, guys. Give me all the answers. Give me all the answers. Quite frankly, I deserve all the answers because you know what happened? I did not sign up to commentate today. I woke up to a ping saying you're commentating tonight at 7, and I said, okay, I get no choice. So, yes, thank you, chat. Feed me answers.
I like the
I
name
sound
of
like
this game he's just build.
Oh my God, the entomologist build is Hot Wheels. I really love that. I don't like the perfumer's build thing, but I'm not reading it.
The Bane's one was just called Squirrel.
Okay. We're actually gonna
And
see
it
this
is-
time everybody having borrowed time. Oh, they're like all flying around the map. They cannot decide where to spawn.
Guys,
Oh my
what are
God.
we doing?
I think I just saw them spawn in, I just saw them spawn in every single spot across the map.
They went everywhere.
Crest made a channel just to join chat. Well, welcome to chat, Crest. We appreciate
Hi,
you.
Crest.
Cheering for Melly. Go Melly. Okay, talking. Let's see what the Melly can do. I also
I do
quite
love
like
seeing
Melly.
some good Ento gameplay. I do love seeing some good Ento gameplay. Devising a
Do you
plan.
know if because I'm gonna be honest, chat, this is gonna make me sound a little silly, but do you know if magicians like wands can catch the Bane hook?
I'm pretty sure they were able to do that before the buff.
I don't play magician, so I don't know. But
Leon Kennedy IDV in chat right now. Can you answer that question? Because I know you're going to.
Because I'm a little silly and don't know what I'm talking about, guys.
I'm calling on the magician main. Actually, I can just message them.
Heading right into the match. Let's see what this Bane can do. I love seeing these specialist picks, really. Alright, heading straight towards the Magician in Factory. Placing a
Setting
trap
up a
right by the pallet. And... Magician completely counters Bane. Thank you, IDB Devil. Yeah, I had a feeling. That's why I asked, but I didn't want to say it before confirming that because then I look goofy.
Getting the hook through the window, being able to get a hit on the Magician here. Magician transitioning over towards closer to the Factory. Bane is going to break that pallet. If I was that Magician, I was taking the time to go to Factory. Instead, we're going back to the corner with the window he got caught out in, which, fair enough. This is Rice here, playing the Magician, and Blink
goes down
out
Blink.
to get the hit. But it was actually a pretty good kite, as one cipher is at 85 and the other is just getting 280.
I'm reading the chat, guys. Alright, we're seeing Gravekeeper with the wanted order coming in for this rescue. And these ciphers are moving.
That's
and
a thing?
missing the hook. I guess it is. Friend. Hitting that Gravekeeper.
Oh.
And now with Tide
Oh,
Turner
wow.
in effect.
Bees!
We're seeing bees from the entomologist to support. But unfortunately, he still gets the hit and the down on the Magician.
He's probably going to be put back. No, actually, I'm entirely incorrect. He's gonna instead go over to this area to try and share on here.
Sharing on one of the ciphers being worked on, basically, in order to pressure down the ciphers, forcing entomologist off the cipher. And putting a
there
trap
is
by the
wanted.
cipher.
There's a wanted on the Perfumer, so Perfumer can't come in and sneak in to try and potentially get this rescue. Bane is going to try and hook the melee right there. And it looks like she's just trying to bait out a swing. There is no tide on the entomologist, so Magician's just
An
gonna have to
entomologist
cope with
needs
life.
to get out of here to avoid a double down now, because without the Tide Turner, Magician can't do much. And unfortunately, Magician has now been downed for the final time and is about to get sent back to the manor. I love saying that. I feel like so official being like they're gonna get sent back to the manor. That's not the point though. Back to the match.
Yeah, going after towards the I think this is the Gravekeeper, and Gravekeeper is going to go upstairs. This is a very hard area for any hunter in general, but is going to get caught out by that hook. I think Gravekeeper should have turned a little bit sooner.
And it seems like this is actually one of the ciphers they were working on as well. So Bane's done a good job actually chairing on ciphers, making sure to maintain that constant pressure. See Perfumer sneaking in now. Perfumer, if timing the perfumes correctly is good against Bane, you know, we'll see if Perfumer is able to pull it off.
Yeah, it does look like the entomologist is transferring over to another cipher using the bees to just get there
There's
faster.
the perfume.
She won't actually be able to take off any of the damage now because the perfume did run out. Oh, but he's
hitting the chair!
And then Perfumer's gonna go back and just start working on that cipher.
Despite hitting that chair, he did a very good job making sure that Perfumer could not actually properly perfume that. We're gonna see her supporting and pulling off the perfume. That was a very good perfume. And the blink. And the trade swap.
Oh, the
Nice.
perfumer taking a hit once again. This perfumer.
She's really making sure that this gravekeeper will be alive for that cipher pop.
Yeah, and with perfumer being the one going on the chair now, they actually have a lot more room to go in, and unless they're just gonna pop and sell, they're just gonna pop and sell. That perfumer, both of them with borrowed time, able to heal up a little bit. Entomologist is near the dungeon at Shack, and Gravekeeper is going for the gate. It's probably going to be... Ooh,
Oh, and the
great
flywheel
flywheel.
and bees. Ooh, great. Gamekeeper getting stuck there. This is
Oh.
a really good use of the bees from Entomologist, you know, buying time.
Yeah, and Trey is not actually up yet because he did use that blink that is going to be a downed entomologist. And Gravekeeper is probably just going to leave. And that is the end of this game, with the point going to, so far, EXE. That is a 3-1. MSG will have to either match that or get a 4 survivor escape just to continue on to a round 3.
Very, very well played from Team EXE and Team MSG. You know, I find it very impressive when we have hunters outside of the Big Four pulling off things like this. I mean, I know we see hunters outside of the Big Four when we get into round 3 and stuff anyway, but, you know, in round 2, you still usually see the Ivies, Operas. Not always, obviously. That's not like a blanket statement, but I just really like seeing the hunters like Bane do well, especially against like a really coordinated team like MSG.
Absolutely. These just other hunters are absolute. I feel like a more niche hunter in like the hand of a very talented hunter could actually be dangerous. Like example we just saw here with this gamekeeper.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let me read chat real quick, guys. Guys,
Hello,
I'm
chat.
shivering. Yeah, I agree, Zonk. I was also shivering. Let me see what is going on in the tournament channel. So far, nothing. But we know anyway. We already know that it's gonna be UKJ playing now, and we know it's gonna be EXE Survivors. So I don't know what I'm waiting on necessarily. Now that I think about it, guys, just on everyone getting invited, I guess. But oh my gosh, guys, can you tell that like I'm mentally deteriorating from exhaustion? Because like I think like the longer I talk, the more apparent it is that I don't know what's going on today, like in general.
We're doing our best. We're doing our best.
Chat, you probably clicked on this tournament thinking you're gonna see some competent commentating, and then you saw me. So you know what? You're welcome, guys. I know. I'm just like subverting all the expectations. Someone said, "Let's see another photographer." I don't know that that's the best idea. Photographer.
Was there a photographer? Was there a photographer earlier in the tournament? There was 2?
There was 2. There was 2. He's countered by communication a lot of the time. Ice says I'm doing really good commentating. Thank you, my goat Jojo. Oh, that is my goat right there, guys. My goat.
Jojo hyping up the commentators right now. Thank you.
Well, we're actually going to be seeing Jojo play tomorrow in Team IT.
Jojo said, "No, guys, let's see a violinist. Trust, please, violinist."
Yes, violinist. Jojo loves violinists. That's why. Speaking of
UKJ,
Jojo,
if you can hear us.
Speaking of Jojo, the person who was supposed to referee your team tomorrow can no longer make it, so I'm your new referee. So guess what? You're gonna be dealing with me tomorrow too.
You're stuck with us, Jojo.
Stuck with me.
Let's stick with you, yeah.
Oh. I like how you guys can't see this, but one of the players has a lucky guy profile picture. It's really funny. One of them was really
Standard
good. Yeah,
profile picture.
the goated photographer you're thinking about is Team Alloon's photographer. I remember this vividly because I was actually Team Alloon's referee, and I was like freaking out on their behalf. When I'm commentating, I can't be biased. I can't come up here and say, "Oh, I want this person to win. I want that person to win." You know. But when I'm refereeing, I'm biased. Okay. That isn't Tiv, is it? No, it is not. Tiv has the user on here, Tiv. If you see Tiv, you'll know Tiv.
Tiv is Tiv.
Tiv is Tiv. Tiv is also
There's
my
no
team's hunter. So you'll be seeing Tiv play next week if you're excited. And then you'll see me play the same day, unfortunately.
My man Yidra was a former 5 violinist. Well, congratulations to Yidra.
Yes, violinist.
For being a violinist. I feel like while we're waiting, we could ask like another question in chat, see what these are. But what's the question we could ask?
I got one. What's your favorite map, chat? What's your favorite map? I'll start. Mine is Ever Sleeping.
I got a controversial one.
Go ahead.
Golden Cave purely for the aesthetic.
What the hell?
I told you.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks. What do you mean Golden Cave?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks. It's pretty. It's a pretty map. Leave me alone. I think it's pretty.
The commentator who couldn't make it was not Tiv. No. But actually, I'm pretty sure I'm commentating with Tiv on Sunday. I'm pretty sure. Me and Tiv. Tiv's not looking forward to it. Why is YouTube trying to hide your comment saying church is your favorite? It's out for you. I unhid it though because I'm a go to chat mod.
White Crested White Sand. We also have a church answer.
Up, heading into the pick ban phase. You guys can keep answering. I'm just gonna focus more on the match now. And not that I don't love you guys, but I gotta show respect to the team.
We got a job to do.
Waiting right now on UKJ's Survivor bans. You know, as I said before, I really do love the pick ban phase. I'm always like on the edge of my seat. Other than like actually playing, like this is
what are
my
they gonna
favorite
pick?
part.
What are they gonna pick?
Like the actual game is my favorite part, but like watching them spawn to me and watching them pick the map and ban the map, it's not as exciting to me as seeing them like pick and ban the characters. I don't know. I really love the pick ban phase.
Those also, spawns last round.
Lulzy's forehead is not a map. Coordinator being banned once again, and Seer.
As well as Seer.
Coordinator can't get a break.
We ain't seeing any coordinators today. With an Ivy ban from the survivors.
Now, that actually leaves Hullabaloo open.
And that does leave Hullabaloo open. But will UKJ play this Hullabaloo?
We actually are finally seeing an antiquarian! They heard my
Justice
pleas!
For the women!
They heard my pleas to let the antiquarian out because there she is with Psychologist. I really love Psychologist too. I'm a huge fan of Psychologist.
Fair enough. We are about to see the Hunter's next ban, which is Gravekeeper. But that, unless they ban or global ban First Officer,
they're probably gonna have to. No, First Officer is global ban, so they're probably gonna have to pick the Mercenary now.
Mercenary would be the next step.
I would assume they should do that now in order to balance out the ban of a Rescuer. And they're actually picking Knight. Knight, who's usually seen more as a secondary rescuer, but you know, if you bring Tide on him, it still works. Don't fret. I'm not crapping on that pick at all. I actually
Knight essentially has like a Tide and a half in his kit. If you bring actual Tide and then just the half Tide in the kit, so he can be actually a pretty strong rescuer. Mechanic ban.
They're not letting my girl breathe.
She can't breathe. She's suffocating. Let her out. Let her out.
Fun fact about mechanic: Lulzy's trying to force me to learn mechanic for my team, and I don't want to. We have other people who could potentially play the mechanic, but it has to be me apparently. Ugh. Okay, Lulzy, I don't need your input. This guy.
If y'all
talking
can't
to
hear
this
him, if
Lucky guy.
that had to have been a mistake.
Huh?
Unless, yep, there it is. There's the pause. Knew
Now,
it.
guys,
I was like,
the thing
there's
is-
no way.
The thing is, when something like this happens and there's an accidental pick, it's up to the other team to say if they're allowing a redo. So let's see if MSG will allow that redo or if they're stuck with the lucky guy.
And for now, you're stuck with us. Hello, chat.
Especially me, because I have not shut up this entire time, guys.
Hello, chat room.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we are just going to wait and see what I guess
Team
it would be
MSG
MSG says.
Yeah, MSG has to
On-
allow a restart, otherwise they're playing with a lucky guy.
Which honestly, if this was my team and they didn't allow a redo, I would be on that lucky guy so quickly.
Since I know that my goat Jojo is watching this, I just want to say, lucky guy, despite being not the best character pick, me and Jojo, aka Ice in the chat, whenever we're playing duos, I go no build lucky guy. So, you know, if they do decide not to let them switch and go with the lucky guy, I'm happy to see a lucky guy just because that's my no build legend right there.
Lucky guy can really
look
run
what they're
any
saying.
build.
It looks like MSG has denied the restart. We're gonna be seeing
Lucky guy! Lucky guy! Lucky guy! Oh, I can't wait to see what EXE does with this lucky guy.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah! Lucky guy! EXE is probably not happy about that, but we now get to see how these players are going to work around this half rescue, half support, half contain, half decode character.
Funny enough, this lucky guy's build is called Lucky, so I think they might actually be a lucky guy player. That's kind of funny. Yeah, don't be like me. Don't bring no build. Bring a build.
Please bring a build on your lucky guys. Don't be like Hal. Bring a build on your lucky guy. It can be anything. Just bring one.
Yeah. Don't be me. Bring a build on your lucky guy. Mitty would be proud if he saw. Yeah, he would be proud of my no build lucky guy. You're right. Absolutely. My no build lucky guy is so good. Actually, I could hit up Schmitty right now, and he will probably drop me as his student for that one. So. Lucky guy, no build gonna carry. Absolutely, Ice. Absolutely.
And now we are getting into a hullabaloo.
That was my fear.
The fear came true. I don't know if we've had a hullabaloo yet in tournaments.
Is Lucky Guy gonna pull out a gun? That's my question, because that might be a little troublesome for the Hullabaloo who actually banned out
Please. Please, Lucky Guy gun. I need to see it.
Unless
No, but Lucky
it's
Guy,
unlucky
honestly.
guy like me who never gets a gun. I never get that damn gun.
Tide knee jerk on night. Left right build on Lucky Guy. Full kite on the Psych and Flywheel Antiquarian. Very standard spawns from all of these survivors. I'm
we
doing
just
my
saw
best,
Gray.
chat.
We just saw Gray forget what borrowed time and
Listen, I'm doing my best.
You're doing your best. We all appreciate it. I just gotta harp on you a little bit for good entertainment.
I haven't harped on you at all.
And you should have.
You've harped on me for my favorite map, and now me forgetting a build. I'm being bullied.
We gotta keep the views up. Come on, a little friendly harping gets the people engaged.
The Hullabaloo is spawning over in Godkite, probably gonna go for the lucky guy first, since Hullabaloo can just shoot all the way up to the second story if he so pleases. Yeah.
Listen, I'm not biased. I'm not biased. It's not about who wins at the end. I just want to see a lucky guy cook because I've been trying to convince Lolzy to let me play no build lucky guy in this tournament and he threatened to kill me. So I need to see lucky guy do good. I know Lolzy's listening right now and thinking he's about to have a talk with me afterwards. It's okay, Lolzy. I know. This lucky guy's gonna prove you wrong, though. Just watch. Anyway, can everyone say "in it" in the chat since Lolzy's British as a way to thank him for hosting this tournament? Everyone just drop a quick "in it" in the chat. Quick "in it" in the chat. "In it" in the chat. Okay.
And the Hullabaloo is going straight for the lucky guy.
Kind of
What the
expected.
question? Kind of. He is going up the outside stairs. Forgot the word outside for a second, but he's going up the outside stairs. This is made lucky guy. And is going to take his first color, which is a black bomb. He's probably going to drop down here.
Can he dodge a second clone hit? No, he cannot. Taking both colors. The advantage is though he's in factory.
He did get
and
a perfume. So he's probably going to use it here. Oh, he has the SSX3. Nice. And he's not going to go back. Taking the first hit is not going to take another color. This Hullabaloo does have Insolence, Peeper, and Trump card. So no detention. Which is actually pretty standard for Hullabaloos.
Avoiding that second color so far. Fortunately, not much he can do there.
Almost
clone. And now he's gonna do his best to avoid taking that last color. And we're gonna see that lucky guy come down. However, look at those ciphers. They have been moving. That is such a great attempt for a lucky guy. In it, chummy British here. British in here, you bloody. That is a really nice comment. Thank you so much. You get $5 Lolzy for that comment. Thank you.
We do have the knight coming in.
Missing both predictions on that helmet.
Does take a hit. It's just going to standard rescue to get the tide turner off. Knight body blocking.
Unfortunately, that was the wrong call because now we are seeing a double down situation. You do not want that on a Hullabaloo ever. The double down situation.
Lucky guy is emoting at the
smile
at the Hullabaloo. They are gonna have to send somebody else in to rescue that, or they're just gonna sell, which they cannot afford to do right now. Meaning that because they need that one survivor escape right now, or they need the tie actually in order to win the set. And the knight was actually picked up, but it does look like that the antiquarian who
there's a peeper right there in it.
He is going to go for the knight. He does predict the swing, which is what he probably should have done the first.
Ooh, nice blue hit.
Oh, but it wasn't on time.
Unfortunately, she's not able to get that rescue, and Antiquarian will be going down. Ooh. This is looking very rough for Team EXE survivors. We're seeing the psychologist whistle the knight in order to rescue. That was a cool jump. I hate Hullabaloo, because why can he do that?
Yeah, everybody said every NAU player ever. He's going for the knight instead. Which is a very interesting decision. But it's going to get that first hit, going to go into the black, and then
trying to avoid that white as, to the best of his abilities. Unfortunately, dies to the clone. And it looks like they are now working on their final cipher.
Yeah, but at this rate, it could be a 3 escape, and we could be seeing a, or not a 3 escape, a 3K.
I seriously doubt that it's a 3 escape.
No, there's already one person out. No. It's a tie at the very least. Ooh, good hit, but it does not actually, neither of these hits are stunning except for that last one. Meaning it's only going to be 5 seconds instead of the 10 that the Antiquarian wanted.
I will. And there goes Antiquarian, but in this time, giving Psychologist that free rescue on the Knight. That last cipher is moving, but unfortunately, I don't think it's moving fast enough. Getting that hit on the Psychologist and switching onto the Knight who's pressuring the cipher. Jumping over the pallet. Hullabaloo.
It does look like that the Antiquarian is... It does look like the Antiquarian is going to wait for the Psychologist just to simply heal her up. But this could actually be the downfall instead of Antiquarian just using her exit path. Because now both survivors are in the same area. And Hullabaloo knows where both of them are. And they're both on half health, and Psychologist still has her black ball on.
It seems this is most likely going to end in a 4-kill elimination, which is exactly what Team MSG needs.
And it's going to be able to get the Psychologist.
And we're seeing Night expire.
Antiquarian does have one more swing, which she is going to do right here. And it's GG's at this point for Team EXE by the looks of it. And it will be actually a round 3. And now he has to go for that Psychologist because Psychologist doesn't have, or still has her exit path. But it's not going to pop it. And then he'll be able just to go back to the Antiquarian without any problems with teleport. And that's that is the round. With the round win actually going to MSG. Because instead of just drawing, they got one more survivor out than EXE did.
Well played from UKJ and for Team EXE survivors, but I think it's safe to say this did not convince Lulzy to let me play Lucky Guy in tournament, guys.
Also, sorry I cut off myself off mid-sentence. My dad walked.
You're all good. How are you the one from Persuade's tournament? Actually, yes, I am. Yes, I am. I'm surprised people remember that.
My Persuade matches were streamed.
I didn't play Persuade tournament. I just commentated for it.
I see. I played, but my games were unfortunate. But yeah, we're gonna see a guaranteed round 3 now. And the score in terms of round wins is 1-1.
It's MSG so doing well.
Yeah, MSG doing a great job just being able to bring back the round and guaranteeing that round 3 for themselves.
Letting that Hullabaloo out was honestly like a death sentence for Team
That
EXE.
was the downfall. That was the downfall pick.
That and honestly probably the Lucky Guy. I can't even lie about that, but it's what it is. It's what it is. It happens.
Yeah.
Let me check in real quick with the teams. No subs on behalf of Team MSG. We're waiting to see if EXE is gonna sub out anyone.
Hello, chat.
I can't tell if by those emojis that it's a good or bad thing that I'm the same person that commentated in Persuadables tournament. I hope it's a good thing. I mean, I know it was a little silly, but I was pretty new to the game back then. I had been playing for 6 months, and I had been given 30-minute notice that I was going to be commentating at all. But now I've been playing for almost a year. It'll be a year this month, later this month, and I kind of know what I'm doing a little better. So, you know, I can only hope for better things.
Damn, I'm old. I've been playing since 2020.
All right.
I'm
Looks like
old.
MSG is going to be banning the map. We're gonna see what the map ban is first, guys.
Chat, how are we? How's everybody holding up? How's everyone doing right now? That's the question I'm gonna ask.
I have my own question. Should Lulzy let me play Lucky Guy? I'll let chat determine that.
What month in 2020?
Lulzy, I did not ask you.
YKW, I joined literally Christmas Eve of 2020.
Oh wow. I started playing in May of last year, May 21st to be exact. Yeah, Lulzy, read the chat. People are saying I should play Lucky Guy. With no build.
JoJo's really just on your side, just like, yeah, let him do it. Oh my god. This is wonderful. Y'all are insane.
Oh my god, there's some shenanigans going on in the chat. Alright, so the map that was banned is Moonlit, and the town was ever sleeping. The pick was ever sleeping town. Oh my god, I can't words.
The town was ever sleeping.
See, your turn to harp on me. I'm not even.
Hey, I got 1 on you. You've gotten like 5 on.
No, I'm not mad. I told you should harp on me, didn't I? I just can't words. My excuse will always be I'm bilingual. Leave me alone. English is not my first language, chat. So if I make a mistake and you correct me, I will pretend that I don't speak English as well as I do. That's a joke. I will not do that. But chat, can you guys speak any other languages? Let us know. That's really interesting. I speak Georgian.
I wish I could. I am a
Georgian.
native English speaker, and I can speak no other language. Chat, what do you speak? Jojo says, guys, you'll see me play Mind's Eye tomorrow. Do we trust? I don't know. I've never seen you play.
Jojo, I'm actually gonna DM you something real quick. Fun fact.
Oh god. Oh god. We have the players all loaded up into the lobby, so we should be getting into the PBs soon enough. Who's excited for round 3?
We're saying PB, but where's the J? This is so sad.
Oh my god. Where's the J?
I'm so corny, guys. I'm so corny. This is just what, like, desperation to keep speaking does to you. Because I just can't be quiet and leave dead air for y'all, you know?
Well, you know what? That's helpful for me.
I'm a yapper.
Yep.
So, the Bane is obviously permabanned now. I speak Liverpool English. I'm sure you do, Reika. The Goatman is global banned, so... And I'm assuming... I can't be 100% certain, but I'm assuming that Team MSG is actually going to ban out the Hullabaloo later. So what hunter do you think we might see this time? I mean, personally, Ever Sleeping Town is pretty good for wax artist, and this hunter actually does have a wax artist profile picture. So I'm wondering if we're actually going to see the wax artist. What do you think?
It could be Wax, it could be Ivy, it could be Sangria, it could be... I don't want to say Hermit, but it could also be Hermit. Realistically, he's also very good. It
If
could
we see
be...
Hermit, if we see Hermit, Lalzi is going to be
Again.
like, oh, I play Hermit in it. That's how Lalzi sounds, by the way. I know, you guys just thought Lalzi was speaking to you, but it was just me.
We could... I feel like, as much as I really want to see like a niche character get pulled out here, I do feel like he's going to play something more stable, like the characters that were mentioned earlier. We are in the PB phase now. Let's go!
Let's see if Mechanic gets banned again.
Yep, there it is! There it is!
Mechanic, please, yes. Ever Sleeping is
Let her
really
out!
Ever Sleeping really is a map you do not want to deal with the priestess on, so I can understand. So there's
Hullabaloo and Smiley Face bans, banning the two Hullabaloo Circus characters. Smiley is a very interesting. So what I'm hearing is Draw Eggs has a clown.
What I'm hearing is Wax Artist is still open. Let's see my nemesis, Wax Artist, who I may or may not have the Wax Artist Performer tag on.
I have the Fool's Gold
First
Performer one.
officer.
And Antiquarian. She's being let out again. They're letting her out. But not Mechanic. Mechanic forever shackled.
Ahem, Violetta. I mean, if it's a spider, I would be very interested. Gotta love a good spider game.
I would love to see a Violetta right now.
Oh, wait, you meant because the two Hullabaloo hunters. You're right. Violetta is also. You're right. You're right.
Listen, man! Me, Eepy.
Please excuse Gray. Gray is going through it right now.
I am going through it right now.
Fan.
Perfumer ban.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to...
MSG, do me a favor. Please pick no but lucky guy so Lolzy will let me play him. Embalmer!
Embalmer.
So they really want to secure that tie, picking that Embalmer.
Yes, they do. And the final ban... I feel like Embalmer should have been banned first. Instead of Priestess.
I don't know, you really don't want to let a Priestess out on this map. That's like destruction for the Hunter.
Yeah. Yeah. JS in chat, she said you, Violetta. Both mics are banned. They said no mic.
Mike will not be here today. Goodbye, Mike.
Zero mic. And the last survivor that is going to be picked is Drumble, please.
How do you guys like your Ever Sleeping Town, with or without Mike?
Come in!
Boy. Ooh, I have headphones on. Ow.
Sorry. I got excited.
It's Justin, guys.
Oh,
Commentator Hal has gone deaf.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry if I deafened anybody else's.
All good.
No, but these are the picks I want to be seeing. Like, Cowboy? Hell yeah.
Absolutely. Cowboy's a great pick.
I'm so excited.
I'm not saying great in terms of tournament, because I don't know necessarily how well he does in tournament. I don't really see that often, but it's great in the sense of I'm curious and I'm excited, you know?
Yeah, I'm so ready for this. We've had a couple of Cowboys who have cooked in tournament in the past, so I can't wait to see how this Cowboy does.
I love Cowboy, personally. I don't play him, but I like him.
He's so cool. He's such a fun character.
I had one screw me over in rank today, though, so I'm a little mad. Percy!
Yes!
I had one of those screw me over in rank today too. Even though I typically really actually this is so unpopular, guys. I really love kiting Percy, and I don't usually struggle against him. But I had one actually screw me the hell over today in rank. So me listening to the chaos in my team's VC. Oh well, I'm wishing you guys luck, and I'm also wishing the other team luck too. I'm not biased, but I'm wishing you luck because you're my goat unit.
Everybody, good luck, have fun.
Absolutely.
Percy!
Once again, we're seeing them spotted all spots of the
Yes!
map. I don't know where they're spotting yet. The Embalmer actually has full kite, but everyone else has borrowed time, with the officer bringing Tide, Cowboy bringing Knee Jerk, and Antiquarian bringing Flywheel.
We have one of every build. Let's see what this Percy can do. Dude, I'm so happy that he's allowed in tournament now. It took so long for him to be allowed in tournament.
Who, Percy?
Yeah.
You know, there was like a little amateur community tournament, I believe. It was a Japanese one. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, if you know what I'm talking about, where they only played Percy.
Oh my god.
I will find a link for you and I will message it to you later. I think it is delightful.
Oh, please do. I need to see that. I need that all Percy in my life. I cannot wait.
This is so killer, boss coded. Yeah, you're right. This is a very unpopular opinion, chat, but I actually really like Percy. I like Percy. I'm sorry. I'm
He's
like
so
maybe
cool.
1 in a million. Thank you. See, that's why we're commentating together, because we like Percy and no one else does. Us against the world.
Us against the world.
Even though one did me dirty today, but it's okay. That's 1 out of many. All right, heading into the match now, guys. Yippee! I'm hearing Percy noises already. There he is.
There he is.
The man.
There's our man. The man of the hour.
Straight to the Embalmer, who drops a coffin. The annoying thing about an Embalmer is, you know, normally when you're rescuing, what you're doing essentially is trading someone's health for someone's life. No one has to trade anything for him. He just gets himself.
That was
God.
That was so instant. Draw. Come on, man. We know you need the win, but come on.
That scared me. That actually scared me. Oh my god.
Someone
See
in
him pop
chat
a
said
walk
no
and leave
Percy
him.
skin. Someone in chat said no Percy skin, but I'm pretty sure this is a seed.
Alright, back on to the Embalmer. What he did was basically force that officer to pop a watch and then backed off of him, which is a strategy we see a lot. We see he actually has confined, which I probably should know sooner, but I'm a little silly, and there goes the Embalmer once more.
That's very early. Only one cipher is above 50 at the moment.
This is not looking good so far for a team MSG. It's looking very great.
Also, Pearl's in chat. Hi, Pearl.
Hi, Pearl. How you doing?
And it looks like he's
Pearl
going
seems
in the
confused.
direction of the... Who is this?
Officer. That's the officer.
Hi, officer.
Who already was forced to use a watch, and now we're seeing his second and final watch be used. Unfortunately,
It does look like they are
for
not going to pick up the
Percy-
Embalmer.
For the Percy, it looks like this watch actually did confuse him quite a bit, but it seems like he's going to... Actually, no, he goes right back to this officer. It looks like he was just backing off for a little bit, but there's the first hit on the officer. Ooh. It looks like
And
they
that
haven't
is
even...
down on the officer.
It looks like they're actually 2 ciphers behind, chat.
Yeah, and that Percy does actually... He did see the trail of the cowboy, but was choosing the antiquarian instead. It does kind of seem like they're just gonna let the Embalmer bleed, because all they really need right here is a tie. That was a good flywheel from the antiquarian with a good flip right after. He breaks both of the pallets, leaving this area completely dead now. Antiquarian is just gonna spin the flute. How did that not hit? Bomber does get up as well as the first officer was gonna teleport, or not teleport, warp straight onto the Embalmer. Embalmer really needs to kite for a while here, because at this point they're gonna need it. Basement for just a waste of time.
No, I can understand that. Kiting around the basement cube and flywheel to no avail. But, you know, going into that basement does buy time for the other survivors. You know, anything to waste that little bit of time, especially because it seems like they actually ended up at some point falling behind on their ciphers. Well,
oh, I thought that trim was gonna hit him. Cowboy does finish off his second cipher, going towards the Antiquarian now, who has this entire area to work with. She's not going to be in the range of that, though. That is going to hit her, and she can't even use her flute here. The tram putting her in an awkward position, kind of forcing her to stay here. He's over 50% energy right now, so even if she wanted to, she could not stun. And is going to try and find the first officer, because he's already been on the ground once. But he does have tinnitus from the cowboy. Cowboy already going off of the cipher and is ready to vault, but Percy was able to predict it and is now on the cowboy.
I'm unsure that this was pointed out earlier, but we do see Officer actually holding a syringe now, since he did use both of his watches.
That was not seen earlier.
We see them finish another cipher, and now they're down to their final cipher. Oh, nice lasso. And nice dodge. Just needs to kite for that, I was gonna say for that cipher to get done, but he was unable, and we're seeing him warping onto one of the ciphers. What would have been their final cipher, rather. Back onto this officer.
Antiquarian was originally at this cipher, but ended up rotating due to only being. Whereas first officer is on full health and still has his exit path ready to pop once he goes down again. He has only been on the floor once, meaning that he still has time to heal himself up. But since he has tinnitus, he knows that the Antiquarian's in the area and is immediately able to figure out that she's upstairs. Recognizing that she did in fact vault down, sees where she's at now and is going to go for her. And that didn't last long.
Back to that cipher yet. Yeah, nobody's on that cipher. Just giving, honestly, letting the two survivors on the floor kind of bleed out. Now we finally see Cowboy make it to a cipher, but it looks like Percy knows exactly where he is, and with that blood trail, yeah. We gotta see how this plays out.
First officer did also pop back up. Is going for the first officer instead, since he is on lower health. First officer's not going to be able to finish off that cipher, and it's honestly probably going to go down here soon. And that'll be the end of the first officer. Antiquarian has no exit path left either, so Cowboy's just going to have to play for dungeon on this one.
This is looking kind of very unfortunate on the side of MSG survivors. I can't lie, I do not see this ending in anything other than a loss.
Yeah, rather it be a 3K or 4K, this is a loss for MSG, because their ciphers
right now,
are...
With the cipher progress, I'm predicting a 4-kill elimination.
Yeah, especially because Antiquarian is not only out of her exit path, but she is... This is her final time that she's able to be downed, whereas Cowboy, I'm pretty sure, has only been downed once.
Are we about to see the warp onto the Antiquarian? Yes, we are. If he's able to catch her out, It'd be very, very unfortunate.
She
Ooh,
did
we see the
use her flywheel
though.
just now, and that is it
and
for the injury.
unfortunately, it's
If he
over.
didn't, he did close his warp though, so that means it's gonna take him longer to find that cowboy. If he didn't close his
There's
warp,
the dungeon. Now, Percy has the ability to move the dungeon. I'm not sure if we're gonna see that, or if he's just gonna hope to catch out the cowboy, which he knows exactly where this cowboy is. This cowboy does have a little bit of lasso left, so he has a little bit of resource to work with, but
yeah,
is
I
very
don't
intense.
see the cowboy being able to get out here, honestly, at this point, especially because Percy can just move that dungeon, and then dungeon is suddenly in a spot where the cowboy can't reach. Cowboy can attempt to crawl towards the dungeon, but since he's the last survivor, the bleed out is going to be accelerated, and
Yeah,
so it won't really matter.
this is so tense. This is so tense, guys. I'm like actually on the edge of my seat.
Oh, barely missed the tram. Oh, but
Ooh.
gets caught out during the. He is
Will we
going to
see
make
him
the
move the
attempt to
dungeon?
crawl. Yeah, Percy
I think
being able
he's gonna
just to
move the
dash
dungeon.
ahead.
It looks like he doesn't even have to. It looks like Cowboy's going to bleed out before being able to reach the dungeon. So unfortunately, this will be a 4-kill elimination on Team MSG. Well played to both teams, and congratulations for being able to achieve that 4-kill on the side of EXE.
Yeah, very good job from both teams there. Percy can be extremely difficult to go against, but honestly, they played that extremely well. That Cowboy was doing really good during the end game, just being able to constantly avoid all of the Percy slashes and dashes. That's all Percy is, a slash and dash. But unfortunately, because of those same slashes and dashes, Percy was able to get to the dungeon before the cowboy was, meaning that the cowboy was just there to be bled out.
That was so intense, guys. EXE serves need 1 out to win, and if they get 4 killed, they lose, I think. I'm unsure of the scoring, to be honest. That is.
Walsey, what are the points?
Mhm. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay, so they need a 4-kill to win. Yeah, you were right.
They
In
absolutely
terms-
need a 4K. They absolutely need a 4K, which we will see if they are able to get. Sorry, I'm stretching right now.
Oh, I accidentally asked to switch with you on there. Ignore that.
It's alright. I did that earlier too.
I didn't even notice.
It wasn't to you, it was to us.
Oh. Wow, look at that.
Percy walked so you could run. In the
Wow.
chat.
Next, Percy should get a job so Lulzy can. Watch Lulzy in the chat. I'm getting a job in June. Shut up. Guys, I love to dog on Lulzy. I can't help it.
No, we don't.
No, Lulzy, that's not true. I do want you to succeed, but you see, you're a very easy target for laughing at. I'm sorry. But with all the love in the world, Lulzy, you know this. Well, maybe not all of it. Maybe like 99.9% of it, but like... Sorry.
Yeah, the current global bans on the Survivor side are Novelist, Puppeteer, First Officer, Psych, Anti, and Knight, and the Hunter no longer has access to the Go Man or the Hullabaloo. So we're gonna have to see who MSG Hunter pulls out for this.
Let's see, UKJ, what you gonna do?
What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you?
Let's see. While we're waiting, chat, let me think of another question for you guys.
What's your favorite skin in the game?
Oh yeah, what's your favorite skin? That's a good one. I'll start. Mine is Puppeteer's Limited S tier King H1 because he's my favorite character. I'm biased. What about you, Gray?
Ah, shoot. For the longest time, it was actually Mercenaries Man Red. That's the first skin I ever, like, actually got to pull from Essence for. And I did end up getting it, and I am very happy to say that I was able to get that.
I'm new gen, so my first Essence S tier was Knight's Limited S. Red Knight.
Oh, nice. I wanted that one so bad, but I was broke at the time.
You pulled King H1 on accident?
What? What, Lilty?
Oh,
You got Lockhart for free!
I'm new.
Oh.
Wow. Crest, I didn't even.
I actually got. Actually,
wasn't
speaking
even
of free
playing
skin, so I got the Archer one complete.
I got Archer for I think it no, I got Archer at 170. I got Meteorologist at around 170 as well. I got Psychologist at like 60. I don't have the puppet skin, guys, because I'm new gen and I wasn't playing yet when that was out, even though that's a new gen skin. I don't get skins based off who I play though. I'm a whale and I get skins for if I like them. Most of my skins I don't use them.
Same. Most of the skins I have all using like a copycat. Just to show them off. But JoJo says that their favorite is the Koa 1 Doctor skin. Everybody else, favorite skin? We need more answers.
My favorite skin is whichever one Lulzy doesn't have but wanted.
Heh! Lulzy? Then you're a loser.
Okay. And my favorite then has to be whichever character you're really bad at's worn clothes. Okay, Geisha's worn clothes is my favorite then, because Lulzy's bad at Geisha.
Geisha 1 skin. Alright, we are just waiting for everybody else to ready up right now. And then we will start the PB phase. Also, Isaac's profile picture. I'm jealous that he has the man in red profile picture because I was too dumb to not pull for it.
Guys, chat, you want to know something crazy? I haven't even hit 1 full year playing IDV yet, and I not only have skin share, but I also have red ink.
Took me years to get to that point.
I got red ink like 2 months ago.
You crazy person. PBs!
Pick fan time. Pick fan time.
They're not. Justice for Mechanic, man.
Mechanic
Jesus
and
Christ.
Bomber. Listen, UKJ needs that 4 kill, so that's why we're getting rid of that mech and then a bomber, the characters that kind of really will help you get one out. We're seeing Dream Witch and Shadow being banned, so unavailable to UKJ is Dream Witch, Shadow, Hullabaloo, and Goatman.
Goatman. We are seeing a mercenary hover. Oh, they are thinking about playing that mercenary, which we have yet to see a mercenary in this set at all. This will be the first mercenary on the field. I'm all for the work.
If I fall,
won't hurt.
I'll stall to
divert attention. And Aeroplanist Merc and Aeroplanist are gonna be the 2 picks. God, why did we have the same brain cell there?
I don't know. I think we're just sharing one right now. Yeah, so newsflash.
It's bouncing between us.
Commentary share a brain cell. Priestess being
Priestess
banned.
ban.
I didn't even notice that they didn't have that priestess banned before. They could have picked a priestess. I wonder if they just didn't realize, like me, or because they just.
I think they're prioritizing. I think they're prioritizing like, being able to at least get the one person escape. So they're picking less characters like priestess and more like tanky characters like that mercenary and like a barmaid. Yes, Demi.
Barmaid in it. Only one person said in it in the chat, so that person, you're now my favorite person ever, and the rest of you are fake. Because why did we not say in it?
Damn.
Seer getting banned out. And for the final pick for EXE Survivors, we'll see who it is. Drop your predictions in the chat, guys. But actually, by the time you guys predict, we'll already have seen it because the stream's coming to life, so.
Yep. Gotta love stream delay.
Gotta love it.
Fire Investigator!
I love Fire Investigator!
Also the first Finn of this set.
Funny enough, the first puppeteer that we saw, Yoon, is also the first Fire Investigator, so I'm kind of sad we didn't get to see the first Fire play. But, you know, Yoon only did play one round, but let's focus on this Fire Investigator now. I love Fire Investigator. I'm putting a lot of hope on you, Fire Investigator! I love Fire Investigator! He's my second favorite character, guys. I can't play him, but he's one of my favorites.
I have his S skin.
I don't. I'm too new gen for that, even though that's a new gen skin. Alright, waiting on the hunter selection. With a lot of these stronger hunters now being unavailable to UKJ, let's see what he's gonna go. I mean, the opera is open, but opera on Ever Sleeping is very difficult because it's very easy on the survivors, and this is not a comp I would want to play opera into anyway. Like, especially the Fire Investigator.
Yeah, this is a very. Yeah, they banned Dreamwitch and Ivy, and then picked specifically an opera counter comp. So they are really forcing UKJ to play somebody who's not really particularly meta. Because all but 5 of the big
that I was talking about, imagine.
We may see the wax artist, we may see a hermit, we may see
I don't know, I do want to see a wax artist.
There he is, there he is, there he is. Get ready for a 5-hour match, guys.
Alright, UKJ.
Go to the bathroom while you can.
You have a lot of pressure on you now because Lalzi's watching, and as we know, Lalzi is a one-trick hermit, so he'll be passing his judgments.
Go to the bathroom, get your snacks, take a nap, 5-hour match, let's go!
I wish I had snacks right now. I wish.
Yeah, same.
Because this is gonna take forever, and I'm gonna get so tired because those ciphers. But also, it's such a we're at match point right now, so I'm also not.
It is literally match point.
Barmaid actually bringing full kite, Fire Investigator with the knee jerk borrowed. Then we have Double Tide with the Aeroplanist and the Mercenary, but everyone is bringing borrowed time. Those Double Tides, they're really trying to ensure that they can get one man out.
Yeah, this match is literally for all of the mark now, because these guys need, or EXE needs at least one person out set over MS. But if MSG can pull out the 4K, then by points, it's MSG's game, and MSG will be the ones moving on. But if they're even able to get at least one person out, then it's going to be the win for EXE. But at the same time, it's a Hermit. And Hermit does a thing called damage sharing.
In the chat,
which is very annoying.
I'm seeing someone say UKJ, the guy that played Hermit in Koa, is going Hermit. Mind blown. Fair enough. I, to be honest, have not watched Koa other than this one, so I have no idea that he played him in Koa, but that's good to know. Yes, I'm mind blown because I am a new gen Identity player, yes.
And then underneath that, it's Hermit the Forbidden One. And then some chance for UKJ. Love to see it. Crossover skin.
I actually also have that skin because I have a spending problem. Anyway, into the match, we're gonna see him hooking up those ciphers, and you know, before I even say anything else, good luck to both teams. This is quite literally match point. So we're seeing
We're seeing both
No
of our
one-
rescuers in the same corner.
I was about to say no one's touched a cipher yet, but that's right as I was about to say that barmaid has picked up the first charge, but it seems like everyone else has yet to pick up a charge.
Oh, that's Fire Investigator. I thought that was Aeroplanist. It's the
there's
backpacks,
Fire
man.
Investigator. Fire Investigator picking up the blue charge, and no one else is on blue, and no one can be on blue for the next 7 seconds. So looks like basement will be at corner house, and the first hit onto the Fire Investigator. We're seeing the warp, and dropping the second airbag, and disconnecting the ciphers to make sure nobody can help Fire Investigator negate this damage. We're seeing the
But he does
vaults.
make the Fire Investigator blue, which kind of defeats that.
No. The point was so that they can't share damage, so he can get him down fast.
Oh, that's right. Never mind. I am not... My apologies.
All good. So we're seeing the Fire Investigator go down. Unfortunately, he's rather close to basement. I don't believe that this will be a basement play, because I feel like at that point he'll just sell, but they'll just sell rather, but oh no, it looks like this will be basement. No, it's not. Okay,
Well,
I was
no,
gonna say.
not anymore with the tram. And he has wanted order on the mercenary, which means he knows that the is up on the second level of the corner house, which is what this... And is going to try and see if he can get a charge onto the mercenary. We don't know if the aeroplanist, though, is going to come in
With the
and...
elbow pad. And stunning him out. This is a tactic that permits you to try to delay the rescue to after half. But he hits him, allowing that before half rescue to happen. Fortunately, loses that pallet mine game, and he will be dying with the tide effect. Taking that ball to try to get as far away from ciphers and everyone else as possible. Seeing him looking at the ciphers. Remember, guys, UKJ needs that 4-kill elimination in order to win this matchup. We're seeing Fire
Wanted
Investigator
back
on
on
the
the
second pair.
mercenary.
And the
Wanted
second
back on
ball
the
will be popped.
mercenary. Second ball is gone. Wanted back on the mercenary. Airplanes gonna have to be to come in for this
Fire.
rescue if they want to keep this Fire Investigator alive and push for
Airplane.
the 1K or the 1 escape that they absolutely need.
Airplane is
But they
their
can-
second tide.
Yeah, but they can also afford to sell here because they only
Yes.
need one person
Seems like
out.
they it seems like that is what
And-
they're doing, and yep, they decided to sell. And oh, it looks like he missed. He missed our friend up on the stairs right there. I believe that's aeroplanist. Yeah.
Yeah, that is the aeroplanist, but is able to spot the aeroplanist out.
Will he be
Everybody,
able to get onto the tram? No. He could now if he wanted to, really, but it doesn't look like he will. Oh, maybe. Yes! Oh, hitting the tram and not allowing... Oh, but the warp. This kind of forces the warp out, not giving him a trade for later until it regenerates.
it's going to
Disconnecting
take the
this every
time
once in a
to... Yeah, it's going to take the time to reconnect the ciphers. And is it's going to knock the aeroplanist down right there. That
Well,
is the second
unfortunately-
player down.
Unfortunately, though, this aeroplanist was their second instance of tide turner.
Yeah,
But
which
if
means
you look at
that
those
no
ciphers, they
tie
are
is being
moving.
used. Yeah, those ciphers are moving. I'm pretty sure the barmaids is... Yeah, the barmaids actually didn't have a connection on it, which means it was moving at a normal cipher rate. But they are sending her in for rescue, even though she has a... She doesn't have borrowed time. And he elbow padded into that. But now the mercenary is going down.
They're taking
they are
time
going to try and
heal up.
But Hermit
And if you
can just
see-
walk straight back.
Now, if you see Aeroplanist was handed a drink, so if that mercenary is to be chaired, he'll be able to rescue with full health and side turner. Moving on to the
It's gonna
barmaid,
go-
actually.
Yeah, it's gonna go for the barmaid, because barmaid has no more items, and... Oh, tried to
This is that
flywheel
flywheel.
the charge, but it didn't quite work out for her. She is gonna... He does hear that the aeroplanist is currently... Ooh, that was a really good, whatever that's
Ooh,
called. A really good...
nice
really
jetpack.
good jetpack, good teleport from the hermit. Mercenary
Like
gets
they're healing
back
up
up.
more. They're really taking their time dragging out this game, making sure they get their heals in. They know they only need one player out, so they're not gonna go and do anything too risky right now.
Missed
Missing that
the blue charge. But if they go back to that middle cipher,
Nice.
going to use the hover.
And going down once more.
Once again, they should probably just sell here if they only. But it does look like in, which is
Barmaid.
dangerous because barmaid. Ooh,
Ooh.
he needs to keep it. Oh, why do people close the warp instantly?
Well, I believe the reason he did that is because he can use his second ability to get across the map rather fast, and he wants to minimize how long that warp is on cooldown. That's my idea as to why he closed it right
Oh.
away.
I see. I see. It does look like Merc is coming in, rotating in for the rescue.
Still
If
has one
Aeroplanist
elbow pad.
even yeah, if Aeroplanist even thinks about touching the cipher, he's gonna get that red charge,
Ooh.
and now it's gonna put that damage onto. Aeroplanist is officially out now, but they're
It
both
looks like
going
they will
to
be
just.
able to pop that cipher. Nope. Looks like they did not pop that cipher. There. Now they pop the cipher.
They pop it, but Mercenary now is just gonna have that damage, which means that if Mercenary gets found out, then he'll just go down to a hit. Good flywheel. This is starting to get intense.
It is, but remember, they only need to get one survivor out in order to win.
Yeah, and this barmaid is doing a good job just running this hermit around. But warp will be up here soon. And the gates aren't even started.
Looks like Mercenary just touched the gate, picking up the charge, but unfortunately goes down because of the shared damage.
Oh, you're right!
Now, will he be able
Oh my
to pick
God!
himself up? Oh my god.
He will not because of Merc damage time! Guys! That's it for MSG! Oh my god!
It looks like UKJ secured the win for Team MSG with that first elimination.
Oh my god! Congratulations to MSG for that win and great job! Incredible matches! Oh my god!
Well played from both sides, honestly. That was
That
a very
has to
intense
be.
matchup.
That has to be the closest set we've. There's no way there was another set that was that.
No, that was. Did they forget that he was on the shirt? They might have. They might have.
They might have forgotten because you could see Merc coming in for that rescue, and then Aeroplanist just goes away. God, what amazing matches from both sides! Oh my god, that was awesome.
That was incredible. Well played from both teams. Honestly, I'm very impressed with how close these matchups were, especially considering, you know, this is a bottom 16 bracket team going against a top 16 bracket team. So seeing a match that close, it really, like, it goes to show that, like, a lot of these teams who are on the bottom because of their rank, are still fighting very hard and are going to overtime grow into really great tournament players. And if this is how competitive just a community tournament is now, I'm very excited to see how people are going to be playing during like IBL and such.
Oh, absolutely. And that set only ended with a 1-point difference.
Hmm. 5 points. Crazy matchup.
Yeah, a 14 to 13 point difference on the favor of MSG, crowning them the winners of this set and allowing them to move on to the next bracket.
Yes.
Insane.
Good job, both teams.
Oh my god, if that mercenary didn't go on gate, he probably could have gotten dungeon. But that is a what if this happened. But when you're sitting there and you're in the game and you're just fighting for it, it's little things like that that you can absolutely forget about.
And again, it is very easy to say what you would have done, but it's very different in the moment.
Oh yeah.
Exactly. Press says hindsight is 2020, but I think they should have been a dungeon play from it. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like it's easy to say like, oh, they should have gotten dungeon, but it's like in the moment, do you think of that? Sometimes yes. Sometimes you're so stressed because you just need that one out so badly that it's like a lot of pressure. It happens.
Yeah. And that's definitely what happened here today on the side of EXE. They were fighting so desperately for that one scape, and unfortunately it just didn't happen. But they almost made it happen, and that's what matters, is they fought until the very end until they couldn't.
I'm very impressed with both teams today. Very, very impressed.
I'm so proud of both of the teams today. Those were some amazing matches from both sides.
I agree. And thank you, chat, for staying respectful throughout this.
It's been fun!
Alright, so that's going to be it for the matches today. Make sure you tune in tomorrow at 9 a.m. EST to see Team Iron Thorns versus Team You Know Who. I actually see members of both teams in the chat now, so good luck tomorrow, and thank you everyone for tuning in.